Holy cow, 7 years of spaced out radio. Wow, where has time gone from the days of Blog Talk Radio, where we kick things off, to where we are today? Wow, I can't believe 7 years has flown on by. Tonight, we have a special show for all of you. I have a bunch of people already in the showrooms tonight, and we're going to have a lot more guests throughout the night here on Spaced Out Radio. Who's coming? I really don't know. It's a plethora of guests tonight on Spaced Out Radio. We're going to talk about a little bit of everything, the history of the show. We're going to put the link in hour 2 for you guys, so that way you guys can call on in and hang out and tell us your favorite SOR stories. But it's a real love-in tonight. Thank you all for making this so special. Before we bring in the crew so far, we have Eddie Haskell in the gold medal position. Big Dog takes home a silver. Mike Palumbo a bronze. In 4th position, race fan. Very disappointed with that. I know we played a trick on you tonight. All right, LaDonna, lovely LaDonna, thank you so much. Gorgeous Cosmic Floor, David S. Nicola, how you doing, buddy? Where you been hiding lately, man? Thank you so much for the love. 409er, good to see you, buddy. Thank you for coming on in. Downshift, thank you so much. Awesome Ann Palmer, good to see you. The gorgeous, sweetly morbid bear, how are you? Dirty Filth, good to have you here, buddy. Paradox Fossils, James Horn, nice to have you here. James Horn, by the way, will be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind, to the left of the studio. Todd Purden, good to see you. Thanks for coming on in. Peppa H, nice to have you here. Luscious Jules is here. Thank you so much, my dear, for joining us. Wes H, nice to see you. And who else do we have here? We have, oh, there she is, Laura Elizabeth here. She'll be signing autographs after the show as well. Line up to the right of the studio, if you don't mind, to the right. And we may put somebody in the middle. Yeah, Simon Wales is going to go down the middle for kicking off the Super Chat tonight. Thank you so much, Simon, for the love. Appreciate you, man. Thank you very much for kicking it off. We really do enjoy you being here nightly, man. John Swan, thank you so much for joining us. There's Little Marky Spender. Little Marky Spender will be signing autographs after the show as well. And you know why? Because that way he's not going to shoot me in the leg in the forest. So that's always a good thing. And there's his beautiful wife, Little Tara Spender, is here as well. She'll be signing autographs. It's a couples night on Spaced Out Radio. We appreciate that. Rooted in gorgeous sacredness. Chris Moe, Double Tim, Mr. Apnea, thank you for joining us. We really do appreciate it. Always the love. Sultry Susie, nice to see you back. Mama Susan, I love you. There is the gorgeous Amy WC. She was hoping for that on Twitter, and boom, we dropped a gorgeous Amy WC there. That's how we do it here. The lovely Steph Dickey, gorgeous Kimberly Jackshaw, Northern Illinois, Bigfoot Rob, nice to see you guys. The lovely Jessica McCreary, thank you for the super chat. Really do appreciate it. Worsley, good to have you back, buddy. Thank you. The gorgeous Dirt Road. And there is Bigfoot Michigan Rob. I'm going to run out of time here, people. I really am. But we better start the radio side of things of the anniversary show tonight. So thank you so much for making it. Spooky Morales, how you doing, buddy? I can't wait for your trumpet at the end of the show, bud. Hope you got it warmed up. Chad Smith is here. The Chad Smith. And there is lovely Laura. Thank you so much for the super chat. Mennonite Abe, appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for joining us. Project Blue Book, good to see you. And who else do we have here? My God, there's Lynn Wallington. Lynn effing Wallington right there. Yeah, she is the best weekend host we have ever had. And she's magical, too. Sunsaver, welcome back. Thank you for joining us. $5,900, good to see you. The gorgeous Sonia's News is here. And I'm going to run out of time here, everybody, because I know everybody wants to say hello and congratulations. We love it. We accept it, but I'll try and get a few more in here. Black Dragon, Semper Fi to you, my veteran friend. Sensational Sherry Knight, good to see you. Nightmare Moon, welcome to our chat room. We appreciate that. Marty Burbick, how are you, buddy? Nice to have you here. And Science Bob, thank you so much. Wow, dude. Thank you very much, Science Bob, for that amazing super chat. Wow. Richard Elmore, thank you for joining us. Hey, everybody, do me a favor. Get your horns up because, feedback. We're going to rock. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Go to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show, and now on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read up on Shirky Poo's Newswire, and check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find it on our website. I got to tell you, it has been 7 years of pure fun, pure bliss, pure anger, pure stress, pure hair pulling, pure swearing, and pure everything. But you know what? There is no place that I would rather be than on Spaced Out Radio with all of you listening in and the amazing people that we have met over the last 7 years. Tonight is going to be a tribute to the show, to our guests, and to our listeners for coming here every day and making this show what it's worth. When I started this show on November 30th, 2014, I had no idea what podcasting was. When I left terrestrial radio on July 4th, 2007, when I signed off the air at 10:47 p.m. Pacific time for the final time, I swore that I was never getting back into radio. Boy, was I wrong. Boy, am I happy I made that decision to come back a few years later. I knew nothing about podcasting until a good friend, Johnny Enoch, came in and said, Dave, you got to do this. I said, Johnny, you just can't walk into a radio station to say, I want a nighttime gig. Give me that time slot. That's not how it works. Then he introduced me to digital radio, and we were off and running. Soon became the name of Spaced Out Radio. Little weird, little fun, little woo. Then we started booking guests. And my goodness, the guests we've had from day one on have been absolutely incredible. There's been some ups over the years. There's been some downs. There's been a lot of really cool things that have happened over the last 7 years. But the most thing that I'm proud of is the guarantee we've made to our audience. We're always here. We're always here. We're here nightly. We're here 7 days a week. We're here for you. We're here for us. We're here to tell the stories of the people who are having some incredible experiences and creating some phenomenal research in every piece of woo that we can find, whether it's ghosts, whether it's UFOs, whether it's cryptids like Bigfoot or Dogman, consciousness, psychic ability, anything in between. We've heard it all. We've laughed together. We've got angry together. We've cried a little bit together on some very sad stories that we have broadcast over the years that just touched our hearts. But you know what? It's worth it. It's worth it because these are stories that need to be told from not only a journalistic level, but for an audience level as well, for those who are going through the exact same experiences of the phenomena that we are trying to produce ourselves. Now, it takes a lot of people to put this on. And over the years, we've had an amazing amount of people who've come and gone over the years. And you know what? I thank each and every one of them for being a part, even if it's for a brief history of Spaced Out Radio, to our current team now, which includes Lynn Wallington on the weekends, which includes Gail, a.k.a. Shirky Poo, who does an incredible job with our news, and we love her so much. Whether it's our booking team of Spookles the Cat, a.k.a. Katie, who is an amazing rock for this entire team. Whether it's Dirty Filth, Klaus, who does our booking. Two new members of our booking team, both Jennifer and Bree, who've been here just a few weeks. Vincent, who does all of our video production and continues to improve it on a nightly basis. We have a lot of really cool people like John Hudson and Billy, or probably Willie, Big Willie. I always want to call him Billy and Willie, but it's Big Willie and Gemma Jade, who are going to be starting a brand new show on Saturday nights on our YouTube channel right after Lynn Wallington that we call the After Hours. I'm very excited about growing the family. I'm excited about good friends of this show, our monthly guests like Science Bob and Merle and Geraldina Roscoe, Varla Ventura, Butch Witkowski, just to name a few. Our Keith Andrews, another one, who are here monthly for you guys and for your entertainment. We cannot do it all alone. We have to have a great team, but mostly we have to have a great audience as well to come on in and make things a lot better. We've also made some very good friendships along the way. We really have. I look at this young crew of podcasters that are coming up, like Ben and Joe from UFO Garage. I mean, these two guys are, I think, two of the most underrated and two of the best podcasters that are out there. Not just because they're behind the scenes with everything, but they're smart, they're intelligent, they're funny, they got great facial hair, great hair as well, and I consider these two guys two of my best friends in this entire field. And they brought with us people like Chad Smith, Big Willie, and this has also led to people like Sonny from Paranormal Chop Shop. I want to thank people like Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal, who have let us, take over his song Little Brother Is Watching to be our main theme song, and Women Rule the World for Lynn Wallington, who just from the time she hits play on that song right till the end, she is as pro and as professional and one of the best of them ever since she took the microphone on Spaced Out Radio. And I could see her. She's in the background too. She's rolling her eyes at me, but I don't care. I'm the boss. I'm allowed to say what I mean, and that's how I feel, Lynn. So you have no choice but to accept that compliment. And for our radio stations out there, before we're going to move on and bring in people, I want to say a big thank you to Chuck Contreras from KZFX in Ridgecrest, California. Chuck, thank you so much for giving us an opportunity on Spaced Out Radio to broadcast to your listeners. It has been absolutely phenomenal. And Chuck also loves this show so much that he also helps us out with our technical side and our syndication side. Led Novin, who is our newest affiliate in the Rattler, and that's in Apache Junction in Arizona. Thank you, Len, for the amazing support that you have. And I know you love the show, and we're definitely going to party in Vegas, Len. I guarantee that. To Jody at Saga 960 AM in Mississauga, Ontario, much love to you and the entire crew that has really welcomed us in to open arms. And we've been able to build a very steady listener base with Saga 960. And being our first Canadian affiliate, being a show from Canada, you mean the absolute world to us over on Saga. And I think of people like Norm and Mark and the other great hosts that you have there, Richard Searitt. I mean, you guys are absolutely phenomenal and legends in this field in Canada. So thank you so much for being with us. We go over to WQEE 99 Rock the Key in Noonan, Georgia. Thank you so much, Ryan, for allowing us to broadcast. Ryan O'Neill, one of the best guys who really has turned that radio station around, and I hope we played a small part in that. To Joe Montaldo in New Orleans at 107.7 FM. We appreciate you for the years that you've had Spaced Out Radio on your show as well. And of course, in Bellingham, Washington, the Makeshift Project, we call it KZAX in the United States. Canada, I'll throw in a Z there. But thank you so much for allowing us to be a part of your day as well. Let's get right to it. We got a bunch of friends here tonight, and we have from UFO Garage. You can't see him. He's invisible. We have Ben and Joe from UFO Garage. There's Science Bob, Lynn Wallington, and Jay King from the Experiencers Project. Guys, everyone, thank you so much for being a part of this very special day. And I want to say a big thank you to all of you for letting me learn and letting me grow and being a part of what we are doing here. So thank you so much. And Lynn, I owe you so much over the last number of months that you've been with us on the show. You and I first met about 5.5 years ago, where I brought you onto a guest. You were working for Dr. Edgar Mitchell's Free Experiencers. And now I think you've turned into one of the best podcasters that are out there. So thank you so much for joining us and being a major, major part of our team.
Oh, thanks for having me on. Thanks for giving me the chance. I've always loved chatting with you, and working with you is even better. So it's just, it's really just been a dream come true for me. Honestly, it's been such a great time, and we have the best audience in the world. So they make it easy. They really do.
Absolutely. And Science Bob, how you doing over there? You're in Texas somewhere. Your mic's on mute too, by the way. Or did I mute you? I'll try.
No, I was me. I'm in Odessa, Texas. I'm driving across country. I have a meeting in California, so there you go.
Well, we're glad you're here too, because Bob, I got to tell you, as you know, I'm more woo than science, and to be able to have a balance of you here with me to kind of grab your wrenches and torque them a little bit when I go a little bit too woo, man, I'm so glad. I mean, we talk almost every day since I met you in 2020 in San Francisco at UFO Con. I think there's probably a total of maybe 60 days out of those 2.5 years that we have not spoken.
I don't believe it's 60 days, and it is a pleasure to talk to you every day. We carry on these really interesting conversations, and we poke and steer and guide each other. It's fun.
And I will say this, Science Bob, it's really great to be able to take someone with your acumen and education and background and all of a sudden teach you the woo of things, man.
That's been fun.
Absolutely. Ben and Joe from UFO Garage, my two younger bros in this entire field. Thank you so much for joining us, man. And Ben, I want to say a big thank you to you, especially for building our brand new website for spacedoutradio.com. And I could never dream that I could have a website that looked like that, man. Honestly, never thought it would happen.
Dude, it's been a pleasure, man. Like I remember when we first started working on it, and there was some apprehensiveness. You were like, I don't want to give you my email and password. I was like, but you have to. And there's man, the journey of just making your brand. I've been a fan of yours, man, since we met. Joe and I met you at UFOCon 2020. I know you already mentioned that, but we met you at Lorien's conference, and we just had such a great vibe when we hit it off. And man, I've been such a huge fan of your show since then, and you've done so much for me. And I know, Joe, you can speak for yourself, but like it was a pleasure just working on your website and truly just kind of bringing it to what it should be, right? Like, I think it's getting there. It's a work in progress. We got some shirts to add, but it's getting there, dude.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Joe, thank you for joining us. I'm going to tell you right now, Joe from UFO Garage, Joe Strelski, has the best hair and beard in the UFO business, bar none. Bar none.
I just got it trimmed a little bit, dude.
Hell yeah.
So it's going to be even better, man. Damn. Dude, it's such a pleasure to be on with you tonight, man. This is a huge thing, man. 7 years. That is well deserved, man. That is awesome. Thank you so much for, what you do. I mean, as been said, we hit it off at UFO Con, man, and we've been friends ever since, man. And thanks for kind of taking us under your wing and just having that friendship, man. That's what this is all about, man. So we really appreciate that a whole lot.
And thank you guys for the amazing super chat on our YouTube. That I'm getting a little choked up here with choked up. Yeah. And I got to mention, because I don't know how long Jay King is going to be here, but Jay King here we had him on just a few weeks ago. He's a brand new friend to this show. We're all experiencers of the weird and strange. And Jay, for you to hop on from the experiencers group, man, we really appreciate it. And what you're doing for experiencers to help out there, it's phenomenal, and really appreciate you and everything that you're accomplishing quickly in this field.
Oh, thanks so much, Dave. And it's an honor and a pleasure to be here for your seventh anniversary, and to see an old friend like Bob McGwier and new folks like Lynn and you guys. It's great. Even though I'm out-bearded, I'm like massively out-bearded in this group. I'll stick around. I'll stick around.
And we've just been joined by one of our fan favorites, Nicole Sakach, researcher. And I think she's even put lip gloss on tonight for our YouTube crowd. So we appreciate that.
Happy birthday, Spaced Out Radio.
Well,
hi, everybody.
We're going to do something a little bit different tonight. We really are. Yes, it's your birthday. Yes, it is. You know, because I ask a lot of questions. So if you guys have any questions about SOR history or whatever, feel free to fire it in, because this is a complete free for all night tonight. If you want to know about my experiences, if you want to know about the show, if you want to know anything, panel, go right ahead. And the audience that's in our chat rooms tonight, we'll get to your questions as per usual in hour number 2. So let's just get into it. You know, guys, I mean, this is so different. Science Bob, you fire away first.
So I never can remember the very special date that everybody in the SOR audience should go back into the archive and look for the night Carl showed up.
Oh, that's a great one. Yes.
You know what? That happened when we were on our Blog Talk Radio days. And it happened. Oh, what was the date? Hold on. My goodness. Why am I drawing a blank?
The YouTube audience will remember. But I mean, look, that was so cool. I remember going back and listening and knowing you and knowing how you are to have an ET show up your window and interrupt your show. And then you could tell something's going on, but Dave, you are a pro.
Well, at first, and Jay, I don't even know if you know this story. So I was broadcasting a show. We were about 15, 17 minutes in. At my guest that night, we were talking about Buddha of all topics. And my first radio broadcast, I can't even call it a studio. It was a bedroom because there was a bed behind me. And I kind of had my screen in the corner of the bedroom, and my front door outside the wall, that was my front door. And I had a bay window right beside me, about 3 feet, 4 feet away. And for some reason, that was the third night in a row that I forgot to turn my outdoor lights on. And I always had my outdoor lights on. And as I'm broadcasting to Harvey Kraft, my guest, I sit there and I see something move out the window, out of the corner of my eye. And all I could think in my head was, great, I have a little Chihuahua dachshund where if there's a crosswind, that's 30 minutes of barking. Imagine when somebody's at the door. The dog just didn't shut up. I miss her. I love her, my little Zero, but her barking would just go nuts. So, and then Doug, my other dog, who was still around, he would follow suit with the little one. So here I'm thinking, I'm going to be blasted with barking tonight. Blasted. And this isn't going to make good radio. Even though it was Blog Talk Radio back then. Horrible, horrible scene. But nonetheless, so I put my microphone on mute. I turn my chair like this to look out the window, turn my chair to the left. And that's where I see this gray head with big black eyes, almond-shaped eyes, staring at me outside the window. And I jump back and I scream my head off. Now my guests can't hear me because I'm on mute, but I swear I sounded like a screaming banshee getting hit with a baseball bat, right? I mean, it was terrible. And I damn near fell off my seat. I jump back up after I catch my breath. Like, this is all in a split second. I jump up to the window because I would have seen where it went. And it was gone. Like that. And I was like, my heart was pounding and it was racing. And I still got my headphones on. And Harvey finishes his sentence. And I hit unmute. And I'm like, Harvey, we just had something happen in the studio tonight. And I don't know what it was, if there was a shadow or something. I knew what I was looking at. But there comes the skepticism kind of coming in. And it just freaked me right out. And that's how the legend of Carl began. And then afterwards, here's the weird thing. After that show, I contact our Keith Andrews. All right. And I said, Keith, had something weird tonight happen. Literally had an alien gray at my window. And he says, you're surprised? And I'm like, no, shouldn't I be? And he's like, well, Dave, he goes, think about it. The internet signal goes out into space. They're listening. You're talking about all this weird stuff. Of course, you're going to pick it up. And then he goes real psychic on me and starts to, because he's never seen my house. He doesn't know where I live in Mission, British Columbia. All right. And he starts telling me, so your house looks like this. And he starts describing my house. And then he goes, your house is on a little bit of a downslope. In between your houses, there's a little downslope. Your houses are only about 15, 20 feet apart, correct? And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like looking for him, trying to find him. Can't find him. And he's like, that's where the craft was parked, in between the two properties. And I was like, my God, Jay, my God. Freaked me out, man. The Legend of Carl.
You know, I've actually heard you scream like that, Dave, is when we met George Norrie.
Yes. I don't care what anybody says. I would love to touch George Norrie's mustache. That lip blade is tight.
Wow.
Such an epic story, though, dude. Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So, you know, it's one of those things, man, where you just, how do you explain it? You don't have time to take a picture. All the proof Nazis are like, where's my proof? Where's my proof? Where's your proof? That didn't happen. Really? No, I got the audio of it. Just don't have the video, or, you know, it only happened so quick. Oh, what do you do?
Yeah. The skeptics would say, like, why didn't you get a photo? Right. Like, I mean, what was going through your head is not, oh, let me check my phone and click the right app and take a photo. It's impossible.
Right?
Heck no, it's don't kill me.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Dave, did you feel like you were being led? Like, did you need to go outside and like pursue where it was? Or was that like your genuine curiosity?
Oh no, I was crapping bricks that night. I stayed right inside. When you got aliens that close, you just stay inside. You don't know where they are.
There is that part of it, but you know, then everybody talks about how they would run after them, or you know, try to.
Yeah, Dave, don't you have a story where, like, in the middle of everything going down, like you went and got donuts or something?
Oh, that was round 2 with Carl.
Oh, okay, that's around part 2 of Carl.
We'll get to round 2 with Carl.
That's in my interview that I did with you. That's on my channel. Round 2 is the donut trip.
Yes. Hey, I'm Canadian. If I'm going on a UFO, if I'm going to be abducted while I'm awake, I'm going with a donut and a Tim Hortons ice cap. I have a level of importance before I get abducted while I'm awake. We have Nicole Sakach, Bob McGwier, Jay King, Ben and Joe from UFO Garage, and Lynn Wallington, our weekend host. It's the 7th anniversary of Spaced Out Radio tonight. We are absolutely loving the fact that we got a great audience here. They're firing questions at me, and we're going to talk all SOR all night long. Why? Well, because it's a celebration to pat everybody involved with SOR, including the audience on the back, for making this show absolutely fun each and every night. We'll be back right after this. All right, we are clear.
That was a fast 30 minutes.
Yeah,
seriously, what the hell?
Well, you can blame my 28-minute monologue that I had there. Sorry about that.
I'm glad I stirred it up.
Yeah, right off the bat, just dropping bombs like that, Bob. I can't say anything about Carl.
What did I
can't
miss?
say anything. Oh, just Bob. Hammer us with Carl right off the bat. Just boom.
That was perfect. I love that.
All right. I'm going to whip through the chat room here quickly here, guys. Thank you to gorgeous Lucy Bell, 416 Bitcoin. Thanks for joining us. Sonny from Paranormal Chop Shop. You the man, buddy. Thank you for coming on in. Gorgeous Kira. Nice to see you. The lovely Nicole Perrin is here, or pardon me, she's Canadian. Perrin is here. We appreciate that. Phil Minervino, good to see you. And I am so behind in the chat room right now. Dirt Road, thank you so much for that lovely super chat. I can guarantee you I am so losing my voice tonight. I can already feel it. Already feel it. All right. Harvey, nice to have you here. Fidgety Aura, good to see you. Irish Lincoln, thanks for coming on in. It's been a while. And then we'll just put there up a little Irish Lincoln there. Josh Casey, nice to have you here. And my goodness, like I am 25 minutes behind in the chat room right now. See if I can race. Gorgeous Jenny, Super Duke from World Bigfoot Radio. Make sure you subscribe there. Gary Rusin, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for coming on in. And this is nuts in here so far. We got 149 people watching right now.
All right.
Yeah. Lee Poping, good to see you. Idaho, JR, thanks for coming on in. And if I miss anybody, I apologize. I'm racing through the chat room, but literally my ADD is not going to allow me to not do this. Fapster, 7 years of regret right there. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate you. You dirty bastard, big-headed mofo right there. We love him. We love him. You could land a helicopter on the side of that head, right? And still have room for another 2. God, I love him. Gorgeous Tammy Finnegan, how are you? Oh, hey, Clam. John Music, nice to see you guys. Obi Flett, how you doing? Thanks for coming on in. And Uncle Dale and his Power Stash are here. Remember, if you're in Austin, Texas, and you run into Uncle Dale, rub his Power Stash to get your wish granted by Santa Claus. Must be available and eligible until December 24th at 11:59 p.m. All right, where else do we go here? Let's see here. SJ, nice to see you. And John Hudson, how you doing, buddy? The gorgeous Deanna's Vlogs, thank you for coming on in. And Spookles the Cat, good to see you. Grandmaster, a.k.a. The Gong Show. Gotta love him. Gotta love him. Gorgeous Nikki in Seattle, how are you? Where are we on there? Oh my God, where am I not here? Body Tech, good morning to you. And let's see, I'm at 9:12 p.m. Pacific right now, so I'm only 20 minutes behind now. Let's see here. Yeah, I told you I'm going to lose my voice tonight.
I want to sing the Mr. Callie song.
Oh, I know.
Mr.
Cowley.
There's Merle, everybody. Merle.
That song stuck
Gorgeous
in
Matt
my head
McSween.
all day long today. I was cooking and it kept floating in. Mr.
Jojo Bone, welcome to our chat room.
So Jojo.
T-Rex Pam Smith, how are you? Welcome. Missing Persons Mysteries. That's Steve Stockton right there, everybody. The Steve Stockton. Hey, Ben, that's one we want. Remember our conversation earlier today?
Yeah.
That's one we want.
Hell yeah.
GD, good to see you. Jerry O'Brien, thanks for coming in. No Justice, No Peace. Welcome to our chat room tonight. Oh, my God. They're all rating. Vash the Impaler, one of the best names. Aunt Edna, welcome to our channel. The gorgeous Lynn Sows. Hannah Lynn, welcome. Another stock tonight. Geez, Steve Stockton. I love you, man. Gorgeous Gloria, how are you? Stunning Jeanette, thanks for coming on in. And Mennonite Abe, I think I said you already. Nate Foot, good to have you here. We're running out of time. Dragon ZW. And where am I? I'm only like 15 minutes behind now. National Memorial, good to see you. Julia Caesar, Earthbound Nomad, good to have you here. Too much information. Thank you, Dave Effin Hurley, for that super chat. That's real manly of you. That's why I have a special place in my heart for you, Dave Hurley. Special, special place in my heart. All right. Too bad he's engaged. Oh, there's Lynn Wallington. She's like, damn right she's engaged, you stupid Canadian.
Well, what a lucky guy.
I know. Yeah. All right. We got just a few seconds left here. Be kind. Nice to see you. Cable Guy Matt. Yeah. You can get your free piece of autographed coaxial cable, courtesy of Cable Guy Matt. Remember, children, you cannot buy these in stores. Here we go. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for joining us on this anniversary edition of the mighty SOR. I want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and now on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Hey, it's our anniversary show. We are 7 years old today. We're going to go probably for about another 7 more, and then I'm going to, I don't know, probably go 7 more after that because I got nothing better to do. Tonight, we got a great panel. There's going to be people coming in and out all night long. Right now, we have Ben and Joe from UFO Garage, Jay King from the Experiencers Group, the gorgeous Nicole Sakach, researcher extraordinary, but man, could she make a good taco in the kitchen. Science, Bob McGwier, and the lovely Lynn Wallington from our weekend show, who's literally the best weekend show ever in the paranormal. Welcome, everyone. And we're talking about stories. It's just story time all night long. And I'm going to open it up to you guys. Anybody want to jump on in here? You know, like, what's your favorite memory of SOR? Let's start with you, Lynn Wallington. Now that you've been a part of the show, you've been a guest, you're now a host. How about you?
Well, my favorite memory is actually a young Davy Scott emailing me 6 years ago, I think it was. Or no, you were messaged me, I think, on Facebook and telling me about a new show that you had, and you were asking me to come on as a guest. And I was like, who is this young fella? So that was the start of it. That was the beginning of the magic.
It was.
Yes.
It was magical.
It's
Totally
so great to see, like, to be on the show at that point and just kind of see where it's like what it's become. It's amazing. You've done a great job, Dave. You should be very proud of yourself.
You know what? I am. And you know, little did I know that a number of years later, we kind of didn't talk for a few years.
It's true.
But we were always Facebook friends. And then all of a sudden I'm like, you know what? I liked that Lynn Wallington. We got to bring her on again. And so we did. And this is where I found out that you were a witch.
I know.
And I got all spooky and scared and goosebumps. And then I learned about this dude named Dave Hurley, who is just, you know, he's
changed
my man.
Your life.
I am publicly acknowledging I have a man crush on Dave Hurley. I do.
Very true.
And there,
Very
true. Listen, there he is in the background laughing, right? So nonetheless, I love you guys. And Lynn, if you haven't heard the weekend show with Lynn, it's amazing. And just go to our YouTube channel. We're going to be expanding her onto the podcast format very, very soon as well. So that way she'll be able to be downloaded and everything. So really cool. How about you, Jay King? You're relatively new to the scene. You really took off a few months ago when Ralph Blumenthal wrote this incredible article about experiencers, and you'd kind of been in the silent area with this, debating whether or not you wanted to come on in. And then you came after that interview, you're getting hammered with interview requests. We get you on the show and have one heck of a great interview. And, you know, we compliment you on your beard because it is nice and tight, little bit of speckled gray in there, which is perfect, you know, but, you know, the one thing I love about experiencers, man, is and if you're hearing this for the first time, I'm an experiencer, Jay's an experiencer, you know, members of our team are experiencers, but we all have something in common that we all kind of want to help each other. We're not trying to step on each other's toes, get bigger or better than the next person. I really felt connected to you, man.
Hey, thanks. And I felt the same way about you. You know, it's a big, wild, weird reality that we're in, right? And we're kind of all in it together, aren't we? So, and for me, I think my favorite Spaced Out Radio memory that doesn't involve me directly was maybe, I think last year you had, back when Bob and I were both doing work for Richard Dolan, and you had Richard on with Tim McMillan, I think it was. Maybe it was right after that Transmedium Craft story broke on the debrief. I think it was that one. And boy, I was like really jazzed about that article. And I remember I was talking to Bob about it, and we were talking to Richard about it, and we were just like, and I remember staying up until 1 billion o'clock in the morning. That show ran really long. You magically were able to, you were only supposed to have Richard for like 45 minutes or an hour, and you magically were able to kind of keep him on for something like 2 hours, 2.5 hours, using, you know, flattery, maybe some Tim Hortons coffee. I don't know what else was in the mix. Yeah. But that was a really great, psyched memory of Spaced Out Radio that's definitely stuck with me.
Right on. And we appreciate that, man. And you know, anytime you want to come on the air and hang out with us and talk about experiences, you always have an open channel to us, my friend. Thank you, Jay.
Well,
Dan
thank you
Warren,
very much.
the guru of TikTok. Dan Warren is here. And if you haven't signed up for his TikTok, I'm telling you, we busted 72 followers tonight on TikTok, Dan. You know, nothing like your 60.
It's a good start.
Nothing like your 60. Yeah, I'm 65,000.
All right, it's 69.1 as of this afternoon.
Hell yeah, dude.
I'm Dan Warren of TikTok. Who the hell are you? Kind of guy, right? That's exactly it. Dan, you're one. I'm going to tell you right now, you are one of the bright faces of the UFO world, and you've taken TikTok by storm, and the news you're producing, and the fact that not only to go along with that, but honestly, I think you're one of the real good guys in this field. You don't have an agenda. You don't have, anybody who you're trying to pad. You just want to get the information out there. And the way you're doing it, man, all respect to you. And I kind of, every day, man, I look at TikTok because I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. But every day I look at TikTok and I think, what would Dan Warren do at this point?
By followers, that's what I normally do to get a good rolling start on the list. It definitely helps when you start paying them. The numbers go up pretty quickly after the word gets out.
That's a deep cut, dude.
That was a huge.
That's hilarious.
We haven't had any accusations of that over here, have we, Lynn?
No, not at all. Not at all.
What stupid SOB would make that accusation?
I don't know. But hey, you know what, Dan, honestly, I love you, man. And thank you for keeping your phone lines open for us, even though I haven't called you yet. But the fact that you're like, yeah, man, I'll take your call on TikTok. Just don't surpass me kind of thing. I know how it goes. You can't beat the best.
Yeah, I went into it completely on my own. Like, I don't know. I didn't know another adult that had TikTok on their phone when I started my channel. But I found out Ben was on there shortly after I signed up. He was already on there. But yeah, I'm glad to help out. John has called me a few times and actually chatted with me about his channel as well. So I'm hoping you guys will become more of a presence on there. And it's super easy, man. It's just, you could make commercials for your radio shows every day and just help drive actual listeners to it. It's easy.
Well, it's easy for you, but
you gotta learn the dances though, Dave. So just
start with those and then work your way downhill.
I saw the one with you and your kids, man. That was fantastic.
They're kind of still in the spotlight from me. I had to cut them off. I don't want. I waited 42 years before I got on the internet in front of a camera, so I can't have them bogarting.
Understandable.
Still,
you know what's funny is I actually read an article today where like the 25 and under crowd is starting to get really upset with the elderly TikTokers of the 40 and up crowd now, and it's making TikTok extremely passe now that the old timers and the dinosaurs are starting to take over.
Name one social media platform that doesn't suffer that same fate. It's just a way of life.
Very true.
Yeah.
I had to move my walker to get on the couch here tonight. So,
My space for life.
And I used to have a full head of hair and beard.
There's a filter for that on TikTok, and you can have luscious locks in no time. Like Dave Scott. Hey, I'm talking Dave Scott style locks, dude.
Bob, back when you had that hair and a beard, were you sitting on a submarine somewhere out in the ocean? Possibly.
I was indeed. I think somebody even depth charged me.
Maybe. Oh no.
Yep.
Such an amazing life. So that's my question real quick, if I can slide it in. Bob, that's what you slid in on Dave's question of the day. You said it was a moment when you guys met at UFO
on 2020.
Tell me about that meeting.
Oh,
go ahead,
Bob.
I came out with I helped Chris Bledsoe write his talk for UFOCon 2020. Basically, I assembled it with Lori Wagner. And so I came out to help Chris get over his jitters. And Dave walks up to me and introduces himself. And man, it's been 2.5 years of talking to each other every day, except for only a handful of days ever since. That was, we had a great time.
Well, the interesting part about it was I didn't know who Bob McGwier was. And then in November, I get this really weird tweet from this listener that says, "Damn you, Dave Scott, for keeping me up 3 hours past my bedtime each and every night." And I'm looking, I'm like, who's this Bob McGwier guy? Okay, seems a little woo for me. Didn't know who he was or his background or his resume or his alphabet stocks that he had, right? And we kind of chit-chatted from there, and he said he was coming to UFOCon 2020 that Lorian Fenton was putting on in San Francisco. And literally this event happened about 9 days before the entire North America shut down to COVID. And I'm pretty sure there was COVID cases in there, including Lorian at that time. But
she gave it to a bunch of people that went.
I never got it, and I hugged her. I hugged her 3 times and I never got it. But
Patient zero
stuff, right?
Right.
But right before that, this is a spooky story. I have a friend of mine in Texas named Jamie who has a very good source within the military. And about 3 weeks before this, he calls me up. Jamie never calls me. He always Facebook messages me, but he called me this day. So I was like, oh God, like, what's up? Did I piss him off or something? And he goes, I have a question to ask you. And I said, what's that? And he goes, are you NRO for the National Reconnaissance Organization? And I'm like, no, I'm Canadian. I didn't even know what the NRO was. So here he is, his military friend, who's been a friend of the family for a long time, called him up one day and asked him earlier the day before, are you NRO, Jamie? And because of the information that he had. And he's like, no, why would I do that? I'm totally not. And long story short, she goes, well, what about that Canadian friend of yours who has that radio show that you used to go on where their slogan is "We Own the Night"? So Jamie mentions our "We Own the Night" slogan to me. And I'm like, NRO, We Own the Night? Google, and by God, there it is. The NRO patch, military patch that literally says "We Own the Night" on it. And I'm freaking out. So I hadn't met Bob yet. And Bob mentions that he used to be part of the National Reconnaissance Organization back in the day. So I said, Bob, help me out here. Am I being tracked by the NRO? Because right before that, Jamie said, have you got any weird phone calls or emails recently? And I'm like, no. 5 days later, I get this really strange email from a guy who I've never heard from since, from the United Kingdom, who is, and this is where it gets really woo, who literally starts going off on this video game stuff. And he says, are you surprised that you haven't been sued yet by the NRO or the United States Air Force for the F-117 squadron by using the theme "We Own the Night"? And now I'm like shaking. So a couple weeks later, I meet Bob, and Bob and I are having this great conversation. I take him outside. And I'm like, Bob, what do I do here? You just told me you're former NRO. Like, I'm freaking out here because I'm just some stupid Canadian guy, and he makes a phone call. Not in front of me, but he goes and makes a phone call. Like 2 hours later, he comes back. He goes, they're not checking you out. You're good. And it was like this world of weight came off my shoulders.
But you got to remember, after we were friends for 45 days, I called you up, and what do I say, Dave? Tell that story.
Okay, so here it is with Bob McGwier. So we've been talking literally every day for about 45 days, and Bob calls me up, and he's like, we have to have a chat. And same thing. Now I'm freaking out. Like, what did I do wrong now? What did I say? And he goes, you know who I work for? And I said, yeah. He goes, well, I got the phone call. I'm like, what phone call? Because, stupid Canadian guy. And Bob goes, well, the people who run the Men in Black gave me a call and said, what are you talking to a foreign national for on a daily basis? And so he's like, Dave, this goes with the job, because Bob wasn't retired then. He was still part of the alphabet agencies. And he goes, you have a choice here. He goes, I'm going to leave it up to you. I want to remain friends. I want to remain, real close with you. I really like you. He goes, but if you want to remain friends with me, I need your name, address, phone number, date of birth. Because my people above me are asking who this foreign national is I'm talking about. So somewhere in the Pentagon, there is now a 1-page dossier of this Canadian dude named Dave Scott who talks aliens on this spaced out radio show. It's one of the proudest moments of my life.
And the only thing Dave wanted was to be able to tell that story to anybody he wanted.
I was going to say that half of the dossier is going to be about his Taco Bell order. Like, hey, what do you have? And
yeah,
Baja Blast. What? No,
I had one. They have brought Baja Blast up to Canada.
Isn't it amazing flavor?
2 weeks ago, I actually FaceTime Lynn Wallington.
He did, yeah. He called me. Look where I am. Look where I am.
Yeah, and so she goes, "You got to get it. You got to get it." So I get it. I take a sip. I'm like, "Oh, this is terrible."
It'll grow on you. I was like, "It'll grow on you. Take another sip."
I take another sip of the Baja Blast, and I'm like, "Okay, this isn't bad." Third sip, I'm hooked. I am hooked right there. Yeah.
You know what it tastes like? It tastes like Christmas, like the excitement of Christmas, like as a child, and also and also a little bit of hope,
It is
Taco Bell brings to the people hope and joy.
Yes.
Yet one more person hooked to high fructose corn syrup.
Yes.
That's okay.
Excellent.
All right. Dan, what do you think of all this UFO news that's coming through these days, man? I want to ask all of you while we're here. We only got about 5 minutes until we go to break at the top of the hour. But I want to ask all of you right off the bat, man, because I think we are in for an unprecedented moment right now in the UFO world. And that is, I think we are starting to see the battle between the military-industrial complex versus the elected officials, and they're about to go to war here because one wants the information, the other one wants to withhold the information, and this is classic military-industrial complex. Dan, what do you think's going on here, man?
You pretty much nailed it. The way that I look at this is we have elected officials that are finally starting to get interested in this topic in a serious manner, and they're based on the wording in the amendments that we've seen, they've been listening, they've been paying attention to what some of the influential people in this community have been saying. So it's obvious they're paying attention. It's obvious that they want to start getting to the truth. And it's obvious that the Department of Defense doesn't want them to do it on their own. They want to have control of the reins. And that's what I think this latest I can't even remember what the acronym is. So I just say the DOD UFO office that they're proposing. Like, that is just the most watered down. Let's just keep sweeping this under the rug. Let us do it. Don't worry, guys. We got everything under control. That's exactly what I see happening. And it's such an amazing time to be alive, to be witnessing this play out. And let's face it, there's only a few thousand of us that are into this subject enough to where we're drooling over the keyboard as we're watching this news trickle out to us. It's just such an amazing time to be interested in a topic like this. That's going to have reverberations throughout time. It's crazy. So I'm glad to be on the ride with you guys. That's my thoughts on what's going on.
And all our listeners should call the Congress critters if they're in America and tell them to support the Senator Gillibrand amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act, because it blows the doors open. That amendment does, including, in my opinion, Roswell will come clean.
Well, I think we are starting to see the military, Jay, try and put some nails in that UFO Pandora's box there, man.
Yeah, I agree. And along the lines of, if you live in the United States, and you should probably call your congressperson. However, the wonderful Canadians out there, since you can't call Congress, feel free to just call the Pentagon repeatedly and jam up their phone lines. Just keep that rolling in. I think, I think that it's amazing to see such bipartisanship on anything these days, these last couple of years, and to really have that with this issue really speaks to what the importance of the issue overall. The fact that you can get Gillibrand and Rubio to agree on anything, the fact that you could get Lindsey Graham to sign on to that as well. I mean, earlier this year, I thought that it was kind of a minor miracle that they would even stay in the same room together, much less this. And so having this happen is absolutely incredible. And I think that there will be a trickle down effect. I mean, the more that those news pieces come out, the more that just in the last few months, the more that I have relatives sending stuff from Apple News about the new amendments and things like this, and the twists and turns of that, and seeing that from just random folks, where this was something taboo a few years ago, where that was the thing that you didn't talk to Jay about at Thanksgiving, and now it is the thing you talk about. You know what I mean? That's pretty amazing. It's a huge turn, and even just from 2017 to this is absolutely incredible. When I mean, to imagine, just 4 years ago, if we got 2 good UFO articles in the newspaper in a year, that was like a banner year. That was what 2017 literally was. And now it's like to the point of almost being mundane. You know what I mean? Like you can hardly keep up with the amount that are there. So I'm psyched, and I think the next year is going to be incredible. I think there's going to be there. We know about some new documentaries. We know about some new series. We know about some new pieces that some major news channels are working on right now. That'll be coming out in the next year, and I think people will be really happily surprised with how deeply invested some news producers are in this topic.
Right on. And gentlemen, I'm going to get you all to hold on. Joe, I promise you will talk in the next half hour. I promise, because we need that sex of yours. Totally need it. And Nicole as well. And, of course, Ben from UFO Garage as well. I'm telling you, we're having one fun roundtable tonight with a bunch of friends here celebrating the 7th anniversary of Spaced Out Radio. We launched this show on November 30th, 2014. And where it's taken us, I'm still amazed. Where it's going to go, I have no clue. But we got some cool stories and maybe an appearance from El Ovni Volador when we return on Spaced Out Radio. All right, we're clear.
All right, we're clear.
All right, 2 things. When did Nicole and I become gentlemen?
I mean, I look
Dave. Good.
like if you're on a ship, you still refer to a lady
That
as
idiot.
sir,
What a terrible
so.
host. What a
Dude,
terrible
I'll take
host.
Don't
guys,
give
I'll
him an
take the
inch.
gentlemen.
Don't give it a
Sorry.
Oh my goodness. Hey, I got to get up in 6 hours.
All right, Science Bob.
Love you guys.
Love you
See you
guys.
later, Bob.
See you, Bob.
Take care.
Dude.
All right.
Yeah. I got to
I
get
gotta-
up in 5.5 hours, dude. So I'm about to head out too, man.
But you were
I
going to
do
talk in
too.
the next half hour.
I know, man. I'm so sorry, but dude, this has been awesome. Congratulations.
okay.
Talk
Okay.
right now.
Dude.
You get the whole break.
All right. Joe, you're amazing, buddy, and I love you. And you know what? I can't wait to drink some vino with you soon, bud.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, man. Hey, have a good rest of your
Take
night,
care,
all right, brother?
buddy.
Take it
Thanks,
easy.
Much
Joe.
love.
Bye, Joe.
Much
buddy.
love.
Hey, Dave,
I
I have a surprise guest coming on too at some point for you.
Is it Dave Hurley?
It is not. He's sleeping. He's gonna work.
I'm gonna tell you, you guys, a quick story. Merle is here, everyone. Merle.
Merle.
Good day.
Yes.
Good evening.
Yes. Merle's a TikToker too.
What's up, dude?
Yeah. Yeah, Merle is literally one of my best friends away from this show, and Jay King is here. Merle, I'll get rid of the message so that way you can see everybody. Dan at Hey Look over there. Dan is one of the best, probably the top TikTok UFO person. Nicole Sakach is that wooden chair right there. That's
saw her fall off it when I was watching.
Yeah. That's Super Ben from UFO Garage. Ben, I'm going to remove my logo here so we don't cut off your face.
Dude, no worries. I was going to say, man, I'm on dad duty for like the next 2.5 hours, so I do have to go, but I will be listening.
Okay.
Yeah, just giving my wife a couple hours of sleep, newborn.
Yeah, that works.
All.
How is the little one? Give us an update on the little one.
Dude, she's beautiful. She started smiling and was smiling and not yet laughing, but like she's trying to laugh. It's like the cutest thing I've ever seen. I'm so proud. Man, it's changed my life. I freaking love it. My night owl tendencies have paid off because now like we trade off, my wife and I. So like late night, take care of a little baby, and then
that's okay. That's a good role, man.
Yeah,
strong role.
They hold all the answers, They're like straight from the multiverse. So just stare at them and try to like soak it in.
You got to look your daughter right in the eyes. You got to look your daughter right in her eyes and say, "Who are you?"
Dude, I swear, like that's all that I'm thinking about is like, everything I'm questioning right now. You're smarter than me. You're cute and you're small and you're smarter than me. Love that. But hey, boys, Dave, bro, I gotta say this, dude. Like your show is so important to me, man. It has changed my life. You have been there when I needed you. This community has been there when I needed you. And man, I can never repay the time, the hours, and the friendship and the awesomeness that you've brought to my life. And dude, I just hope to another 7 and another 21 years. So
yeah, dude, we're doing it, and we'll talk tomorrow, buddy.
Okay,
we'll
all right, guys. All right, peace. Dan, see you on Saturday, dude.
I'll be there.
Over on Spreaker, we want to say hi to Ronnie Lindsay. Everett Themer is here. Holy cow. The man, the myth, and the hair legend from the 80s rock show right there. Little Ronnie Moniak, otherwise known as the Ukrainian watermelon in Saskatchewan. Ron, wave for everybody. We'll see you, and we'll all wave back. Kat, the gorgeous Kit, the Deer Whisperer, thanks for coming on in. Over in YouTube, we have Thomas Rock, the gorgeous Avi May, Justin S., Thin Lizzie Borden, looking beautiful tonight. Who else do we have? Mennonite Abe, thank you for adding to the super chats. You guys are just way, way too nice tonight, man. Way too nice. And thank you so much for just a wonderful, wonderful night. Game vet, nice to see you. I'm trying to get this in here. And we got Millennium, my man. How are you? Good to see you. Where am I here? I am half an hour back again. Marvin Dale, nice to have you here. Big J, thanks for coming on in. And I'm way behind Jason. Thank you so much for the love with the super chat. Really do appreciate that. Thank you so much, buddy. And let's see, who else do we have here? The Michael Leger, the creator of this beautifully carved gnome. The Michael Leger with my SOR radio gnome right there.
That's awesome.
What a present. What a present. I love that gnome, man. Love that gnome. Stays with me in the studio, protects this stuff, making sure all the bad stuff. Human Carl is back, everyone. Finally, after a number of months absence, Human Carl is here. This excites me. Wow.
Hi, Human Carl.
Manager Station, how you doing? And thank you for joining us in our chat room. Human Carl. Wow. This is a good night now that Human Carl's back.
I met him in Laughlin.
I know you were bragging about that.
Well, that was like the first time I've ever met anybody from like YouTube. or like, you know what I mean? In person, it's like I knew him in a chat and he was like, I know you. And I'm like, oh, this is going to be weird. And then it was awesome. So
I know, human quickly here. We got to get going here because we're coming back from break. But human Carl, I got to tell you, man, when Nicole immediately called me afterwards, it was so excited that we met human Carl. I was jealous. I was very, very jealous. Hold on, everybody. We're going to kick off hour 2 right now. Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio's anniversary show is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Go to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Running Culiacious. I don't know what this is. I'm not saying it again, but the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show, and now on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on with our good show tonight. It's our anniversary show. 7 years ago tonight, we launched, and we've been going ever since, and we're going to continue the run right now. I want to make a comment from Joe here. Joe in the chat room, we always say oob to Joe's main. Oob backwards is boo. Anyways, he says, been with you, Dave, since you had 20 listeners on Blog Talk Radio. Loved it when you told me to take a picture at my 3:30 position, and we saw big glowing eyes. So Joe, when he came in, he was rough, gruff, and he was kind of cheap shotty at me during the start when he first started listening to the show, and I was like scratching my head, and I had this epiphany one day. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to show him like God's give me a sign or something. So finally, he's like, oh, this Dave guy, he's experienced everything. And I'm like, and in the chat room, I type in Joe, because what Joe does is he lives in this very rural area of Eastern California by the Nevada border. And he sits in his garage, has a cigarette and a beer, and he literally listens to the show all night. And he was rough and gruff, dropping elbows on me. I think he even hit me with a steel chair through the radio one day. And I said, finally, I'm going to get him tonight. And so it popped into my head. I said, Joe, you're sitting outside. If you're facing high noon on the clock right now, I want you to go to 3:30 and take a picture. Just for no reason, 3:30 and take a picture. He takes a picture and he posted in our chat room at 3:30 where I think he has a garden there or a building. There are 3 sets of glowing red eyes staring at him at 2 of them were about 8-9 feet high, and one was down below the ground at about 3-4 feet high, staring at him. And he has been a fan every show since. And I don't know what made me tell him to go to 3:30 and take a photo, but he did, and I'm glad he did. And he's got the best hair in the business for our listeners. It's literally down to his butt, and I'm jealous of it. But yeah, Merle is here, everyone, from Paranormal Road Trippers and Ghosts of the Great White North. Merle, how you doing, buddy?
Doing great, Dave. Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Okay.
We did it. We did our awkward pause. That's what I was going for right there.
Thank you, bud. I appreciate that. Merle, I'm glad that you're with us. You really, and for our listeners, I'm very much, as you know, not into the paranormal. I'm more a cryptid guy. I'm more a UFO guy. I don't like a lot of people in the paranormal, but Merle, you're one of the special people out there. I don't care who's listening or what anybody thinks. I literally strongly believe you're probably one of the top 5 investigators in all of Canada when it comes to the paranormal. And we're glad to have you on once a month on this show, buddy.
I love it. Thank you. I've been doing this for 6 years with you now. 2015 we started.
Yeah.
Ish. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a long time.
All right. Yeah, that's long enough. You're fired now. So we'll talk to you later, Merle. You've
All
already
right.
broken your word quota for the half hour.
And our awkward silence quota.
Yes. No kidding, but thank you. I mean, you're surrounded by a bunch of UFO people here, Merle. You feeling a little uncomfortable?
No, I just wanted to up the Canadian content. You needed it. So I'm here. I'm here to support. No, it entertained me on UFOs. I'm still starting to learn. Dave and I always have off air, would you call it debating or trolling each other on UFOs and ghosts? I'm
Merle,
starting.
why don't you tell the time where Mr. I don't believe in UFOs is out in some rural area of the beautiful state of Oregon, about to go on a ghost tour, and what happens in the sky, Merle?
It was a plane. It was a plane above me, not moving in a triangle. No, I'm kidding. We were just about to investigate a place called the Wolf Creek Inn in Oregon. And we were setting up all of our gear and just taking some photos outside before we were going to go in. And my girlfriend, she looks up and she goes, "What is that?" And we see like a giant black triangle hovering above us. We couldn't hear anything. We couldn't, nothing. It was literally like hanging above us. And there were, I think it was kind of green lights going on it. And then it went a little lower. And then I have a video of it somewhere, like on my computer, because I just popped my iPhone up and started recording, and then disappeared. So I guess technically I'd be a UFO experiencer. There, I admitted it on your show. I'm a UFO experiencer.
Nice, Merle.
All right.
He's
One of
now.
us.
Yep.
Yeah.
Book
Yes.
2, Triangle Book 2. It's like
Mhm.
the stories just keep coming. It's like, do it.
Yeah. Hey, Dave, your surprise guest is coming on soon. Just FYI.
Oh, I'm
Keep your eye
excited.
out.
I'm excited.
Ooh.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Oh,
Yes,
Samantha Mowat is here.
fireplace. I'm so jealous. Fireplace.
Samantha is one of my favorite people in the world. And Jay King,
Aw.
she is somebody that you need to have a chat with. So for people who don't know, I had no idea who Samantha Mowat was until April 15th, 2014, when I met her. And 25 minutes later, this beautiful redheaded UFO alien contactee walks me into a forest and introduces me at 2:00 in the afternoon to aliens 200 feet away staring back at us.
Dave, you make it sound like I'm gonna like abduct you or probe you or something.
Well, to each their own, right?
That's awesome.
I think if abduction is occurring, there has to be some resistance associated with it. I think he's more willing, so I don't think that classifies as abduction.
No,
Well, I think the rest of the story is great too, Dave. So continue. I think they need to hear what happened next.
Well, okay. So I have to go back a few weeks because, and Dan and Jay, you're not really familiar with this, but this is what happened. About mid-March, I don't know whether I was taken or I was given a very vivid dream where I was put in a bright white room. I couldn't see any walls or a ceiling. There was no chairs. There was no nothing, but I knew they were all there. And I hear this male voice come across, a very deep voice, and it's kind of emanating all around that says, "Dave, we don't want you investigating any of this anymore. We don't want you watching television shows. We don't want you watching documentaries. Stay away from paranormal groups, chat forums, and everything. However, we give you permission to watch YouTube videos." And I'm scratching my head. I was like, YouTube videos? So that sounds weird. Like I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with me. And the voice says, "You'll be able to tell what is real and what is fake." Next thing I know, I wake up. So on April 10th of 2014, I am driving home from work, and we used to hang out at this place called The Farm. And The Farm was on a there was only 2 houses on the street, and they were horseshoed by a large forest in Mission, British Columbia. And our friends had 10 acres. Their elderly neighbors who were in their late 60s had 6.5 acres with this big barn way in the back. And as I'm going to the house, I get hit with a migraine, complete migraine. And I think Nicole left because she gets so giddy and antsy when Samantha's around. You know, that's her UFO crush right there. No, not going to lie. But anyways, moving on.
Cute.
So anyways, I start getting this really bad migraine. I go inside and my partner says, "Are you okay?" I said, "I got a migraine going on. I can't handle this." And I sat down on the couch. She's like, "Do you want to go home?" I said, "No, you just got here. I just got here. We're hanging out for about an hour. I'll fight through it." And so all of a sudden, about half an hour later, the pain subsides. And I realized that it wasn't pain, that it was actually shapes in my head. Started off as a square in the front, moved to the right side of my head as a triangle, and moved to the left side of my head as a circle. And then I got hit with this anxiety attack that I needed to go outside. So I look at my partner. I'm like, "I got to go outside right now. There's something out there." And she's like, "What's going on?" And I'm like, "There's something out there." She goes, "Well, I'm going to come too." And I'm like, "No, you got to stay in with our boy," because our boy was still a baby. Like, he was only like 8 months old. And then the lady of the house says to her hubby, "Dave's picking up something and we got to go outside right now." And I'm like, "You can't." By the way, Sam, you blow out Nicole's Wi-Fi the minute you join.
My bad.
She's trying to get it
Sorry.
back, and she'll join here momentarily. So anyways, Jay and Dan and audience, I said, "No, he's not invited." So the lady in the house, like, why would I tell someone they're not invited to go walk into their backyard? Kind of strange. So the lady of the house and I go back, and they got this old, about 50 feet behind the house, they have this old horse fence. And we stopped there, and I said, "Out of God's peace, love, and light, you called me outside. Can you show me where you are?" And from the neighbor's back field, about 150 yards away from us, a good par 3, 7-iron, would land you on the green right where this UFO was. The entire ground lit up in the brightest white light I've ever seen, man. Like, there was a UFO on the ground. And this thing just turned on its lights on my command. And 30 seconds later, turns the lights off. I'm like crapping bricks at this point. Crapping bricks. And the lady says to me, "Try it again. See if they'll turn them on." I said, "If you are of alien descent out of God's peace, love, and light, will you turn your lights back on?" Bang. Lights come back on again. They're wider through the trees and brighter. And I'm trying to, there's all these shrubs and trees in between the properties. And I'm trying to get a light because excuse me, I am not walking up there. That's aliens. There's some aliens there. I'm not going over there. And so I see this blue cylinder standing vertically, and all the white light is coming out from underneath it. And there's this black cloud that's rotating counterclockwise up to about halfway up this tube and then all the way back down. Now, the trees in between the yards were probably 60, 70 feet tall. And this cylinder was at least half of that, if not a little shorter. So that's how I'm able to base the size of this thing. The lights go on. The lady says to me, "I'm going over there." I said, "You're not going over there." And she's like, "I am so." I said, "You are not." She goes, "Why not?" I said, "Because suspect number 1. Okay? I'm suspect number 1. If that thing takes you, I saw a fire in the sky. I saw what happened to that dude. All right? I'm not walking back into that house alone if this thing takes you." So she stayed there with me, and she goes, "Well, see if they'll turn the lights on one more time." So we do. The lights come back on, and at the end, they start flashing. Like they're turning the lights off and on, off and on, off and on, 9, 10 times before it disappeared. No sound, no nothing. Event was over. Craziest thing. So I don't sleep for 5 days. And on the 4th day, my partner gets a call from the lady of the house who says, "I met this beautiful young redhead. I'm not going to say her age, and she is very young, but she's been dealing with ET contacts, and she's coming over for tea tomorrow." And my partner says, "Well, great. Dave is off that day. Let's all meet up and let's meet her and all this." And I'm freaking out. This is the first time I went back to the farm. And it's like 1:30. We meet. Hi, this is Samantha. Hi, I'm Dave, and the partner, and shaking hands. And the girls are drinking tea. And here's Dave pacing back and forth. Samantha looks at me and she goes, "You okay?" Just blunt. I don't know her. I said, "No, I want to go outside." I said, "No." She goes, "You want to go outside, don't you?" And I said, "Yeah, let's go." She goes, "You mind if I come?" I said, "Sure." So we walk into the back field. I'm showing her where the UFO was because it's a beautiful spring day and warm. And there's 4 dogs running around us. And then after about 15 minutes and Samantha's picking up the craft, she goes, "You want to go in the forest?" What the hell? After what I just saw the other day, why not? She goes, "We're probably going to see something, don't you?" And I went, "Yeah, I know." Because I knew right there. And then she goes, and then she kind of, does this. Samantha gets this really cute, perplexed look on her face when she gets serious. And I love that about you, Samantha. I do. Because I know things are going to happen right at that moment. And she goes, "But from what I know, aliens don't like dogs." So we try and shoo the dogs back to the house. That doesn't work. The dogs see us walking towards the forest. They all run ahead of us. All 4 dogs run into the forest. Samantha and I cross into the forest. The dogs are running around playing. We could see them. We get about 50 yards in. Samantha stops, starts looking around with that perplexed, cute look on her face again. She goes, "Dave, where's the dogs?" All 4 dogs are gone. And like stupid people in a horror movie, we keep going because that's what we do. We walk another 50 yards in. The dogs have already disappeared. Don't know where they went. And Samantha jumps up on this stump because she's tiny. She's like 5'2". 5'2"? Mm-hmm. Yeah, 5'2". So she jumps on this stump and she gets that perplexed look on her face. You think I would have picked up on that by now? And the answer is no, at that time I didn't. And she kind of taps me and she goes, "Dave, I want you to look that way." And she points north. She goes, "I want you to tell me what you see." So I take a deep breath. It's 2:00 in the afternoon. I turn and I look. "Samantha, what the heck is that?" "Samantha, what the heck is that?" "What the heck is that, Samantha?" "Samantha, what the heck is that?" "Samantha, what the heck is that?" Because 200 feet away, staring back at us, is a 10 to 12 foot extraterrestrial that's tan in color, staring right back at us. And old Davey cannot figure out and believe what is happening at this moment in life. And I'm 40 years old at this point, and I'm thinking, this can't be real, man. Yet it is. I'm here. And then, Samantha, I'll let you take it from here.
Dave, I want to go hug them. You were terrified.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's not a big deal. I mean, most people are freaked out when they encounter ETs. That's completely normal and completely rational. It's a sign of intelligence, if you ask me. So never feel bad about that. You are being protective. You're being considerate. I wanted to walk over. You kind of touched my arm and you kind of gave me that energetic, "Don't leave. They're going to kill me," or "I'll kill you if you try to leave me" type thing. It was pretty entertaining.
It was a little nuts. And then Samantha starts telepathically communicating with the one. And the one says to her, and this is what screwed me up, because I saw fire in the sky. I saw what happened to Travis Walton. And this being says through Samantha, "You're more than welcome to come over and say hello. We're not here to harm you. We're not here to take you. But we are concerned for the man's health."
In all due fairness, Dave, your heart was beating pretty erratically, and they were worried you're going to take a heart attack if I walked over there and left you there, or worse yet, if they had walked over towards us, you probably would have fawned, so you would have frozen and freaked out, not meaning to, mind you, completely rationally, completely intelligently, and you probably would have had a cardiac arrest. So I can understand where they're coming from with their concern towards you. It was really considerate of them.
Would have died right there.
Well,
right there.
Good chance of it, but they were trying to be considerate, and I really appreciate that about them.
Yes. So,
Yeah.
Jay, ever got aliens like that?
I've never got 10 to 12 foot aliens that I can recall off the top of my head. No, and not tan either of anything near that high. Were there any other, like, this being, did it have its feet on the ground? Was it hovering? Was there any other kind of like light phenomena nearby or anything like that?
No
No.
light phenomena. They didn't appear to be hovering. They were standing very still from what we could tell. We went back a few weeks later, I think it was, to investigate to get an idea of roughly where we were positioned in accordance to where the beings were located to try to determine their approximate height and everything else. They look very similar to some beings that I know that are from Andromeda that are very similar to a variety of grays. However, they don't wear clothing. They do have the similar oval-shaped head, almond-shaped eyes, black. There were actually two of them. Dave only saw one because one of them was partially cloaked and didn't want to freak him out even further by suddenly manifesting. Very simple as far as things are concerned.
Yeah, I mean, I can very much understand the partially cloaked aspect. That makes a lot of sense. It's always it's a strange. I mean, it's one of those things that's difficult to communicate or difficult to comprehend from the outset for a lot of the audience. The popular audience is that the aspect of one person seeing one thing and one person seeing another, and that, I mean, that goes back decades, centuries. You know, like the Our Lady at Fatima. You know, the three kids saw different phenomena. People that were visiting there would see different phenomena than each other. You know, it's a really amazing aspect of this, and it keeps pointing back to the consciousness aspect, and it keeps pointing back to the element where, you know, what we perceive isn't the totality of what's going on around us at any given time. And so it's things like that kind of it's hard to kind of sit and even within our field kind of try to drag some of the nuts and bolts people, you know, along for the ride sometimes, when you're like, you know, there are things that you're not going to see if you're just looking through a telescope or if you're just looking through like an infrared camera or something like that, right? Because you know, some cockpit video or whatever, like I've never seen a kitchen table conversation happen because I looked through a cockpit video. There's all types of life and interaction that happens outside of the frame of reference of a telescope or a cockpit video, right? So it's interesting that I think that it's important to keep kind of pushing that side of the conversation as well, the aspect of who sees what and that kind of difference, because normalizing that, I think, can do a lot for future conversations.
Absolutely. Dan, what do you think? That's kind of mind-blowing, isn't it?
It is, but the thing that kind of jumped out to me is I've never heard of anybody hugging an alien, and I never would have associated like that. That's what I would consider an emotional action. Like, can you kind of elaborate on that? Like, or are you being literal when you're saying that? Like, you would like, do they hug each other? I'm blown away by the hug thing. And I also, after you respond, I do want to tell you that I have a connection with you, Samantha, that you do not know that I have with you. So, but please elaborate on the hug thing if you can.
Samantha, I'm going to get to hold on to that answer because we do got to go to break here at the bottom of the hour, and it's a good segue into our next section. And tonight, we got a bunch of people running through. We got Jay King, we got Lynn Wallington, Samantha Mowat, Merle, and Big Bad Dan Warren from TikTok as the SOR 7th anniversary show continues. Having a lot of fun tonight. I'm feeling the love from absolutely everyone who is out here tonight. Thank you for making Spaced Out Radio such a special place to be each and every night. There is no place I would rather be, well, maybe at a Bumblefoot concert, but that's a different story for a different night. We continue with SOR right after this. All right, we're clear.
Do you want me to wait until after break to respond to the hug thing? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll hold that part.
Yeah, just wait till she'll screw you up there, because this one right here, dangerous.
I'm 120 pounds. I'm not scary.
No.
You could throw me in a lake. Come on.
Samantha literally is one of the most important people in my life. I like to tease her a little bit, but she is literally one of the most important people in my life, and she is. She doesn't know this yet because she's like a younger sister to me, but she is like one of my heroes, an idol, and just a real backbone for me when I don't understand what is going on. And she is.
Thanks, Dave. That's sweet. Don't worry. How do you know me? What's going on? Like, what's up with that? I want to understand that. I'm nosy as hell. You have to explain.
Me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you led Dave into the woods.
Yeah.
To meet an alien. You led me onto YouTube because you were the interview directly in front of mine when I first was on Ben and Joe's show on UFO Garage. You were the show right in front of me.
They're so sweet. I like them. Sorry.
I'd listened to them from the beginning, and you were on, and then they were calling out for people to have conversations that were listeners. And so then I followed in your footsteps on that, the following episode. So that's my relation to you at this point.
I love that. That's awesome. What did you get to talk to them about?
I had some night. All right, so we're making fun of people for watching UFOs in night vision goggles. That's what I was on there talking to them about, because I've never had an experience. I've never had anything that I can say without a shadow of a doubt that's not of this earth. But I have a night vision monocular. I go in my backyard, listen to podcasts, watch the skies, and I've recorded 2 objects that I can't explain. So I'm not willing to say I've seen ET UFOs, but I've seen 2 things that I can't explain. So I went on the show and basically discussed it with them at that point. But then they've had me back on, and it kind of helped me. Like, the thing that I like about Ben and Joe is their relatability. Like, not everybody wants to jump in the deep end of the pool immediately in this topic, and they're comfortable to have a conversation with. That's what I think they bring to the table. And that's what happened with me. I felt comfortable talking to them. I wouldn't have gone on anybody else's show. But then since I was able to have that conversation with them, it did open the door for me to have a conversation with other people, and then to feel confident enough to start actually putting myself out there. Like, I stopped being an avatar on Twitter. I put my actual face, I put my actual name on Twitter, so that people, because I started feeling like a phony. Like, why am I hiding behind this Simpsons character Kodos instead of being who I am? It's I want to have this conversation. I don't want someone to be having it for me. So that all being said, that's what helped me to get to being a content creator. And once again, I always tell people, reading stuff about UFOs and this topic is one thing, but you get a different level of understanding of it because you want to, when you have to turn around and try to explain it to someone else. And you try to do it in a manner that is easy to consume. And you have to understand the topic better and more deeply when you do that. So it's a reward all to itself just to be a content creator in this topic.
I agree. If you want to meet these beings and stuff like that, you can always come camping with us.
I want to see him from a distance.
Okay, so no camping.
We'll start a little bit further away than arm's reach.
So no opening up the tent in the middle of the night and coming in to see you type thing.
No, not unless they're bringing s'mores with them.
They haven't brought s'mores yet, but I'll ask. So who are you two? Like, I now know you, but I don't know you and you.
Let me get rid of them. There you go. There's all the names.
Thank you. How do we know Merle? How do we know Jay? Like,
Merle,
yeah.
Merle is Mike Morin. His middle name's Merle. And he's the guy who we had the Sasquatch encounter at Flight 21 with. And he's a paranormal investigator out of Vancouver, one of the best. And then, Lynn. And then Jay King runs an experiencers group. We just had him on the air a little while ago, and just a fantastic dude. Fantastic dude. And nice beard, nice tight beard. And it's like Insta friends with him. Insta friends.
I'm like, I'm 80% beard, 20% guy. I think that's It
works for me though, bud. We got like 5 seconds. We're going to come back here right now. So stay tuned, guys. We continue on with the SOR anniversary show tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for celebrating with us. We really do appreciate joining on in. We want to remind you that if you miss portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/spaced out radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We got a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot. Read up on Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show, and now on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We got Dan Warren, we got Jay King, Lynn Wallington, Merle, and the lovely and talented Samantha Mowat here. 7th anniversary show. We're talking all things cool with Spaced Out Radio tonight. No place I would rather be. And a big thank you to all the people who are supporting this show, whether it's hitting subscribe on our channels, follow us on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. I mean, we are just, it's growing. This like little monster we've created. We're just sharing some stories tonight. That's what it's all about, is sharing stories and having some fun. And right before the break, Dan had asked Samantha a question regarding aliens, UFOs. Let's get to it, Dan.
Yeah, piqued my interest when you were having the discussion with Dave about his encounter and that you were going to actually go up to these things and give him a big old hug. And so I've never heard that before in an encounter or in a desire to do so. So is that something that is common in their societal gestures, or what is it about a hug? Can you kind of elaborate on that?
Yeah, of course. No, it's not as common with a lot of the different ET societies and cultures. More so, I'm just a really huggy person, and I like to, when I see my friends or anyone else I'm encountering that I'm meeting, I do like to hug them. COVID aside, mind you, because we're not allowed to hug people now, which is unfortunate. But quite commonly, when I see these beings, if I have a sense of vibrational recognition with them, which is when a lot of you have experienced this before, where you meet somebody and you have that soul recognition, like you recognize something in them, and they feel familiar to you. It's my first reaction to want to hug them and to have a moment of like compassion and love with them. And a lot of the beings I've encountered have typically been pretty open and receptive towards this. Some of them have been like, ew, she's touching me, get her off of me. But for the most part, they've been pretty nice about that.
Yeah, that would be my expectation, is they would be kind of grossed out by a human hugging them. I mean, we're covered in germs and nasty stuff.
Yeah.
I assume they're a little cleaner than us if they're a bit more advanced than we are, at least. So it's interesting to hear that. Yeah.
Well, it's only the reptilians and a small white that I've hugged that weren't too necessarily thrilled about me hugging them. Beyond that, it seems like most have been pretty open to it. So I'm really happy about that. But when it comes to me and hugging these beings, it doesn't matter if I'm having an astral encounter with them or a physical encounter. I do like to hug them, because when you are close to somebody's auric field, you get a very clear sense of what's going on within their vibrational frequency. So in the same way, like let's say I were to walk up to you, if I'm standing 7 feet away from you, it's hard for you to kind of read my energy. But if I'm like a foot away from you or I'm hugging you, you kind of get a good sense of who somebody is on a core essence. It's the same way with them. The stronger your auric fields are interacting with each other, the better read you get on one another.
Well, did they hug each other? Is that something
Not that
they'll
I've
do?
seen.
Okay.
No, they hug us though if we're willing to hug them, but you have to be comfortable with them, and you also give off a vibration of love and happiness when you're going to be hugging them. It's not threatening. They know I'm not going to try to hurt them or tackle them. So they kind of read your auric field and your telepathic stream to get an idea of what's happening.
All right. So if they don't hug each other, do they have another type of physical gesture that they do when they interact with someone they haven't seen in a while?
Not that I've seen. I think a lot of them hug me as a means of being accommodating. They don't tend to, like when I'm in their physical presence, they don't tend to walk up to one of the other ones that they haven't seen in a while and tend to be very interactive. Normally when I'm encountering them, it's encountering them in small groups between 1 and 6 other beings present beside myself. And normally they're aware of who else is on craft with them. I imagine they're doing it on their home planets or interacting with another ship coming aboard and interacting with on a larger ship. Then they would do stuff like that, but I haven't seen it personally. Sorry, I don't know, Dan.
Maybe one day we'll catch them off guard.
That'd be nice.
We're going to have a big alien party here in British Columbia once everything next year, things are going to get back to normal, and we're going to have a big alien party. So, Dan, you got to bring the family up. Jay King, you got to come up. Lynn Wallington and Dave Hurley are going to vacation. Merle, you'll go chase ghosts somewhere else. And, because you're not ready for that yet, Merle. You're not ready.
My father-in-law actually hitchhiked across Canada back in the 70s when hitchhiking wasn't frowned upon. He said that he was like he was from the Cleveland, Ohio area, went up into Canada from there, started hitchhiking, got a few families to take him and his buddy around. But then some dude pulled up with like a big gold chain and hairy chest and his shirt unbuttoned, and he had like a trailer of sports cars, and he was moving them from the United States to the west coast of California because they were profitable to relocate them and sell them that way, and he could just make money hand over fist doing it. So he got to drive like a Corvette across Canada in the 70s, and he was an absolute hippie. Like he had long flowing hair, great mustache, and the time of his life in Canada, and talked so fondly about it ever since then. So I've always wanted to go up there. So if you're willing to have me and my hooligans, I'm happy to take them up there.
Oh yeah. Doors open, man. Doors open. We love to share our aliens around here. You know what? I actually have a little bit of really cool news that I've been sitting on this, stewing for this show. So the other night when my board blew up in the studio, I literally had to bring things together. And young man who works up at the gas station, he's a little bit of a tech nerd. His words, not mine. He comes over to my house, and a good friend, Corey is his name. And we're working on my motherboard. And he goes, yep, you got a $2,500 paperweight here now. I'm like, gee, thanks. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. So anyways, literally 5 minutes after he leaves my house, I get a text message. Rolled my vehicle into a ditch, black ice. Can you come help me get out of my vehicle? So I literally get in my vehicle. I go 2 seconds, and here's his vehicle on the side, and he's got the door propped open. He's like, I can't hold the door open and get out at the same time. He wasn't injured. He literally went into the ditch at like 5 miles an hour kind of thing, right? And so long story short, the police come, and I start talking to this RCMP officer. And he's like, oh, so what was going on tonight? I explained to him I have a radio studio in my house. He was trying to fix my board, and now I have a $2,500 paperweight. Not very happy. And he goes, well, what's your radio show called, right? So I told him, and he's like, oh, you and I need to talk. He goes, the stories I could share with you over the years. And then he proceeds to tell me that there is, and this is what I'm trying to get my hands on. There is a book that is about 2 inches thick that when a UFO report comes in to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, that the attending senior officer has to fill out this entire report on UFOs. That report then gets sent to head office, which then gets sent to NORAD, which then makes the phone calls come in from every alphabet agency in Canada and the United States regarding the reports. I said, can I get a copy of this? Or where could someone get a copy of this? And he started opening his mouth. And then he's like, zip. And then we started talking more UFOs. So I am literally going to, I called him today, left a voicemail at the RCMP depot today saying, I'd like to go for coffee with you. We need to talk and we need to share some stories. So I'm going to be working on this major story here because this is big and it ties in both countries. How's that for some good woo right there? Quality woo.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. Lynn, how you doing up there?
I'm great. How are you?
Good.
I'm awake.
I'm surprised.
Me too. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't know how much longer I'll make it, but
that's okay. You are doing wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Nicole Sakage's Wi-Fi is still down. Oh, where did Dan go? Did Dan leave?
He left a message saying he was going to bed and thank you for having him, stuff like that.
Oh, that's Dan Warren. Yeah, you definitely want to follow him on TikTok. Biggest UFO channel out there. It's got almost 70,000 followers like that. So yeah, we're having a good time here on the SOR anniversary show here, and thank you so much for joining. If anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask. And we're joined by Paranormal Chop Shops, Sonny. Yeah, Sonny Conway. We're just waiting for his camera here. There it is. Sonny, good to have you on the anniversary show, buddy.
How's it going, guys?
Good. At least you're not dressed up like me tonight. So that
no, not tonight.
that makes me feel good.
I had to call in and give you some thanks, Dave, and tell you happy anniversary. The show's going so good. It's being so entertained, man. Great panel. And Chad also wanted me to tell you he's at work tonight and to tell everybody and you that he's busy and he wishes he could be here. And he's been listening. He's getting all choked up, all love and support for SOR from the fans and the chat. And you guys are awesome, man. All of us, Dave, we owe you a lot, buddy.
We really appreciate that, man. And, you know, I mean, the fact that our listeners are here and hanging out and having a great time with us. And then we got people like Merle and Jay and Lynn and Samantha. Nicole came in, Science Bob, Ben and Joe and Dan Warren. And the love, man. The love. That's what it's all about, man. And I'm having a good time tonight. This is pretty chill for me. I usually feel a little pumped during the show, and I've got to, you got to perform, and it's very rare that I get to relax on the air. Use my hands, even though the radio side can't see it, but I am using them. It feels good. It feels real good, man.
It's great, man. We love it, dude. We're glad you're here, and like Chad said in chat, I think here's to another 7 years.
Well, we appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. Jay,
I've got a question for you. You said you wanted to have a few questions thrown at you. I was wondering, it's usually when you start a big new project, it's not usually like the first day or even the first week that you really know that it's going to work or not. Like, what was the moment in this 7 years what was the moment where you were like, yeah, this is it. This is I got to keep doing this, or that you realized that the kind of train tracks were opening up right in front of you, and you were going to be going down that fate train. Does that make sense?
Yeah, man. Great question. I've never been asked that. I know Samantha played a large role in that, because at the beginning I was very much, I don't know whether I should do this or not. And she was like, look, dude, you need to keep doing, you need to keep pressing. It was probably when we made the change over from Spreaker from Blog Talk Radio to Spreaker, and using that as a broadcast format, that all of a sudden Spreaker, there wasn't a lot of paranormal shows on there at that point, and we just kind of went boom on there, and it took right off, and it was kind of cool, and I started learning about a lot more people. I was still fighting YouTube, whether or not to go on YouTube, and I wanted to be a radio show. And then we picked up our first radio station, WQEE 99 Rock the Key in Newton, Georgia, and then that was followed up by UPRN in New Orleans from Joe Montaldo. And then all of a sudden, like, all of these little pieces kept falling into play. And probably the biggest one that convinced me was when I met Ron Bumblefoot Thal. I met him in 2014, and I sheepishly tweeted him and asked him if I could use a certain song for the show. I wanted to use his version of the Pink Panther that he does a guitar solo with. And he's like, you can't use that. That's owned by Warner Brothers. And he goes, hey, I love your topics. I got a song that's going to be perfect for you. And it's called Little Brother is Watching. And Women Will Rule the World. He actually wanted Women Rule the World at the beginning because it's got the real Star Trek-y type of theme. So I used that for about a year. Then I switched over to Little Brother is Watching, and it just kind of stuck. It was the song I needed to get kind of pumped up. So we came to an agreement, and Mr. Thal has absolutely loved our show. He loves it when our audience members go on Twitter or TikTok or Instagram to say, hey man, I heard your music on Spaced Out Radio. I absolutely love it. and he is a huge fan of what we're doing. He's only been on a couple of times. I try not to bug him because of his busy schedule, but that was probably the moment when I figured, you know what, I got something here. And then, I brought in my investor, Ashy from Vancouver, who's a longtime friend of mine, and he helped me build this professional studio that we have here. And then we just started pushing, and we pushed and pushed. We made a lot of mistakes along the way, a lot of financial mistakes along the way, but we're seeing the light at the end of the day. And, to this day, to be honest with you, Jay, it's still frustrating at times. It's frustrating, when you have people in the UFO community who are not very nice, or the cryptid community who don't play a fair game, or when, you think you got this bigger show and then you hear Luis Elizondo go on some like 30-person podcast and drop a major UFO bomb. And you're like, dude, why didn't you just tell me that the night before or a week ago? Like, you had the information there. The audience was bigger. No offense to the other show, and it's a little frustrating at times. I've been frustrated in this community. I've wanted to leave this community a number of times, but I look at the audience, man. Probably the biggest turning point was there's a listener out there, and I'm not going to mention his name, okay, but this hit me a number of years ago. And he was a very religious fellow. And out of the blue, he started getting really bad alien encounters, to the point where it was happening 4 or 5 times a week. He was being abducted. He was being, he had the needles in the eyes. He had the anal probes. He had everything horrific that you could think of in nightmare type of abduction. And he was a big, burly corrections officer who worked in a maximum security or supermax prison in Missouri. And after about 3 months of this, where he barely had a night off of encounters, he was ready to shoot himself. And he found our show. He literally said a prayer, very religious man, like I said, but he couldn't take it anymore. And he asked God for a sign. He went on Google, and our show was the first one that popped up. He listened. We happened to be just coincidentally talking about ET contactees that night and encounters. And every night he found was depressed, he tuned into our show. He didn't talk to us for months. He sat there in the chat room silent. And then finally he messaged me and he said, I was about to end it all because I couldn't handle it anymore. Then I found your show. And that's when I realized that we're actually making a difference to our audience. And the audience, we got to pay attention to them. They're important. Whether they're a first-time listener or whether they're a long-time listener, like Joe or like Shaw or other people who've been with us since we had 20 listeners a night. That's kind of what did it. There's a responsibility, and I don't think a lot of podcasters fully understand this. They want to do a show. They want to interview all the big names. They want to make sure that they get the Dolans, the Linda Moulton Howes, the Lou Elizondos, the Chris Mellons, but they forget about their audience and the reason why they're doing it. They're doing it. 90% of the podcasts are doing a podcast for their own understanding and their own selfishness. They're not doing it for the audience. We try and do it for the audience, and we always have the audience in mind. That's probably the biggest difference. There's a responsibility that goes along with that, and that's what we take very seriously.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love that. Mm-hmm. And I imagine that there's a lot of other people that you'll never even hear from that were helped by just having something to listen to in the middle of the night. And I think that's really awesome that people depend on you and come to you for that. I think that's beautiful.
Yeah, and they're growing. Like they're hitting, they're going to Lynn's show. They're going to the other shows that we support. And it's a growing phenomena. It really is. It's fun. It's very fun.
I've got one more question before we get to the top of the hour, if you want one.
Sure. Fire away.
All right. For your audience, because it's about your audience, but all right. who would be the great white whale of a guest, living or dead? It doesn't matter. Could be,
Ooh,
it could be, could be Jesus Christ, could be Jimi Hendrix, could be John Keel, could be,
I got one. I want to interview Sammy Hagar.
Who's that?
Sammy Hagar's.
I love you, Sam.
Yes. Sammy Hagar is one of the legendary rock musicians who is an alien abductee. He's been an abductee since he was 5 years old. And if you listen to the song Love Walks In by Van Halen, that tells the story of the silver. There she is in a silken gown, silver light shining down. And then you sense a change. Nothing feels the same. All your dreams are strange. Love comes walking in. Some kind of alien waits for the opening and simply pulls a string. Love comes walking in. It's all about the lady from, I believe, the 7th or 9th dimension that has visited him over the years. And I would love to sit down and have a 30-minute conversation with him strictly about the ET contact. I know a lot of people would want, Elizondo or Chris Mellon or Harry Reid or somebody political like that. Not me, man. I love hearing people's encounters and their stories. It doesn't matter whether it's ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, or whatever. When you get to the heart of a person and they are genuine with you, that's where the beauty of the story comes out. And that's something that I've tried to teach Lynn and every host that has helped out with Spaced Out Radio over the years, is try and get to the heart of that interview. How do you feel? What did it feel like when you were going through this? What was your emotions like? How did you handle it? Because we're so chop about evidence and skepticism and photos and videos and everything. We forget about the person. Mm-hmm. And in the end, we're all people. And that's what it's all about. So Sammy Hagar would be my number one. And yeah, that would be cool.
Oh, that sounds great. That'd be beautiful. I'd love to see the hair side by side comparisons between you guys that night. There'd be there'd be such style synergy, I could imagine. Plus there's so much wisdom that he could bestow in the ways of opening tequila bars in Mexico and stuff like that. That would be
truth.
There's probably a lot going on there as well.
You know what we should do? Once we hit 30,000 subscribers on YouTube, what we should do is we should have a Cabo Wabo party in Vegas. Spaced Out Radio party. Force Sammy Hagar to come down and talk aliens with us.
I like it.
How would that be?
That would be amazing.
Ask your guides. Yeah, ask your guides to help arrange that, Dave. Come on.
Yeah, you and I will talk about them damn guides there.
I love the idea of it being a bum rush scenario that you'd be just kind of flash mobbing Cabo up. Don't even tell them about it beforehand. Just bring 1,000 ufology fans and Spaced Out fans to Sammy Hagar's bar.
Absolutely. Panel, hold on. We got you for another 30 minutes here on Spaced Out Radio. We got Merle, Samantha Mowat, Sonny Conway from Paranormal Chop Shop, Jay King, Lynn Wallington, and myself. We're celebrating tonight. 7th anniversary of Spaced Out Radio continues right after this. 1 second here, guys. Gotta get rid of these. Hey, space travelers. All right, there we go. There we go. So, Christian Blackburn, thank you so much for that lovable super chat and $5 hug for your space brother, Jay King there. Love Christian Blackburn. She's awesome. Awesome. Who else has joined us here? The one person who hasn't joined us tonight that we were hoping for is Mr. Cowley. How the hell can we sing if Mr. Cowley's not here? I'm scrolling through the chat room to see if I missed him. God darn it, that would be good. That would feel real good.
Oh, guys, I think I might have to call it a night.
You can
Sam,
go,
thank
Lynn.
you so much for coming on.
No worries. I'm gonna leave the same time you are, so I'm so tired. Try not to yawn. Nice meeting you guys. Happy show, Dave.
Oh,
Yes.
thank you.
Bye, Lynn.
Night, Lynn.
Nice
and
to see you
Lynn.
tonight,
Sam,
everyone.
Sam, I love you. We'll talk soon, okay?
Lots of love, everybody. Bye, guys.
Thank you,
Bye.
Lynn.
Bye.
Well, there goes the ladies. I guess it's up to
Oh,
us
man.
ugly sucks here to, drag it on out now. Toe Tag, thank you so much for that super chat, buddy. Oh, there's Thin Lizzie Borden right there. There she is.
Hey, hey.
Hey, we needed you. We just lost the ladies.
Oh, perfect timing.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
I just seen a hi Dave from Andy Cowley in chat.
Where?
Oh, right towards the bottom.
There he is. There he is. Oh, we got to do this. Are you ready? Come on, Sonny. You're going to start it off. Right there.
Mr. Cowley.
Welcome back to the show. Oh, Mr. Cowley. Take it home, buddy.
Loves his spaced out radio.
Yeah, there we go, man.
That's strong.
Buddy.
That was strong. That was huge.
That's
Toe
good.
Tag,
That's
thank
great.
you so much for the super chat, man. And gorgeous Anya, we love you and thank you for that super chat. Really do appreciate that. All right, where are we here? God damn, that's a good night. Now that Mr. Cowley's here, he knew. He sensed us needing him here. He
Yep.
totally sensed us needing him here. And boom, we nailed it. Mr. Cowley. Dun, dun, dun. Let's just hit that right off the bat. Yeah. We're going to have to record that one day.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for it that time.
Yeah. We're going to have to record it. I'm going to have to come up with some lyrics for that. That'll be our surprise for Mr. Cowley there.
It'll be the surprise for Sammy Hagar when you make him sing it when we confront him in Las Vegas. That'd be gorgeous.
Dude, that is actually a really good promo idea, is to have a UFO conference down at Cabo Wabo at his bar.
He'd have to come.
He would have to. You totally think that he would.
He would.
It's not even
think
a
he would.
question. Has to.
Merle might even show up.
Merle may show up.
Look at that. Look
Merle.
at that.
Merle
We
will
may-
show up.
We may get Merled.
Yeah, you will get.
That's
Merle.
only 5 hours for me, guys. I'll be there. That's 5 hours driving time.
I've never been. If I missed anybody in the chat room, I apologize. It's been a busy night tonight. So please forgive me if I missed anybody. Mr. Cowley. Didn't miss him, though. Look at Ben. Ben's all hopped up there. He's listening in the background. Yeah, Mr. Cowley. Ben, we got to record a song for that.
If you can get Ben to sing that, I
Oh,
bet
Ben's
that's
got-
gonna be good.
Ben's got a killer voice, man. We got to get
Yes, he
Ben to
does.
sing that.
Now,
Oh,
when you do it though, does it have like actual real guitar, or is it just like mouth noises guitar? You know
Well,
what I
I'm
mean?
tell-
Air guitar.
I'm telling you, my air guitar is fantastic with it. Army vet, Shoebox Annie. I am not familiar, but that sounds awesome. Could you send an email to? I'm going to put it in the chat room right now. Send an email to Dirty Filth there, or to Bree at spacedoutradio.com, and either one of them will investigate that and try and track down. I love little stories like that, man. Love little stories like that. So, yeah, send an email over there. Bree, if you want to write that down too, where is it here? Shoebox Annie.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume that's a ghost story. Shoebox Annie. That would be
I
kind of
will.
cool.
I will get on that.
That would be cool.
Dave, what flavor?
This is orange.
Orange, okay.
Orange ice. Gorgeous Teresa, how are you? Thank you for coming on in. We got about 45 seconds and then, yeah. All right. Fabster's banned from Mexico and most states. Can't get his head through the border.
That's like the dad on So I Married an Axe Murderer.
That's right. Hey,
Down,
everybody.
Head.
Cousin Gary's here, everyone. Cousin Gary has an incredible mustache. He is the king of the Alberta lip blades. He really is. Yep, that's literally my cousin. Love you, Gare. How you doing? Okay, here we go, everyone. Final hour. Here we go with the third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for hanging on out with us during our anniversary show. We really do appreciate it, especially those listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Go to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. I don't even know how to pronounce this. Ranunculatius. Ranunculatius is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot, reading up on Shirky Poo's Newswire, checking out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show, and now on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. For the final time, we introduce the big panel as we have lost for the night Lynn, Wallington, and Samantha Mowat, along with Dan Warren and Nicole Sakach. But Merle's still here. Jay King, he's being a trooper. And we got Sonny from Paranormal Chop Shop and from Team Spaced Out Radio. We have one of our classy booking ladies. It is Bree, who is here. You may know her in the chat room as Thin Lizzie Borden. Mm-hmm. Welcome, everyone, back to the show. All right. We're going to take some questions here. Fire away questions. You know, Sonny, Merle, Jay, Bree, if you could see anybody on Spaced Out Radio, who would you like us to interview? Who do you want? Go ahead, Jay.
I don't know if this is going to be too controversial or not, but I've only heard him speak about these things a few times, but in terms of fun, entertaining Canadian people that are interested in the paranormal, I would love to see Dan Aykroyd on your program.
Oh, me too.
Oh, you beat me.
Me too, man.
Yeah.
Me too. I've tried getting a hold of both him and Billy Corgan, because Billy Corgan from the Smashing Pumpkins claims to be an ET contactee as well. And with Dan being Canadian, Dan Aykroyd being Canadian, and his father actually being a former Mountie, you know, and seeing and getting into all this stuff, I would love to get both of them on the air. I would. That would be my top three right there, to be blunt. My top three. You know, I mean, if you want to explode in this field, you got to, like, everybody's interviewing the same people. You got to reach out and try and interview different people and get to those stars, so to speak. You know, it doesn't matter if they were a star in the 80s or 70s. You know, I mean, hell, if they start on 8 is enough, I'm good with that. I'm good with that if we're going way back in time. You know, whatever it may be. I wish more stars would open up about their experiences. But in talking to my buddy Jamie about this, a lot of them don't want to. There's certain things that it's almost like there's these unwritten rules by stars that they don't want to be on the circuit, so to speak, because of it's a nightmare for their publicists. It's a nightmare for their agents, because the minute you get into the woo, Hollywood seems to back right off for the most part. Like, I would love to interview somebody like Jim Carrey, who is, you know, he's literally deep into consciousness now. and talking heavily about consciousness. I would love to talk to him about what snapped, what made him go down this path. Let's talk about it.
Mhm.
But a lot of them don't want to. I remember, we're followed by a couple of famous people who listen to the show. And one time we actually had, do you remember Brett Butler from Grace Under Fire?
Mhm.
Well, she's very psychic. And we talked about her being psychic and in Hollywood. And there are plenty of psychic people in Hollywood. Like Drew Barrymore has her own psychic shop or was working in a psychic shop just to give readings to people. And now she's got a talk show and trying to be the next Oprah, but it is what it is. But they can't usually go out publicly with that because they don't want to ruin any future opportunities, whether it's touring, whether it's albums, whether it's movies, television shows, hell, even infomercials. They just don't want to do it. So the key is trying to open them up. That's what we're trying to do. Will we be successful? I don't know. I'm working with my buddy Jamie on things like that right now.
I love that idea. I love that idea. I think that's a great 2022 goal. Get some more celebs to open up about their experiences. That would be a really beautiful thing. Because we talk about the like what can happen on the front of the newspaper, and then the last time that I was on your program, Dave, we talked about Demi Lovato, things like that. But gosh, like if you just had, what if like LeBron James was like, what? I've been contacted my whole life. You know what I mean? Like what? I mean, it seems really simple and kind of stupid, but at the same time, like the way that stuff like that could open up the conversation would be like absolutely like earth shattering in some ways. You get 5 people like that, the whole world changes.
Well, and that's exactly it. It's trying to build, you have to build a safe environment. You can't have a 3-hour show with people like that. You have to get it done, if you're lucky, in 45 minutes, maybe an hour, most likely 30 minutes of just, okay, tell us your story. What happened? How long has this been happening to you? Has this happened before? What are you trying to do? Why is this important to you? How has it bothered you? How has it affected you? How has it affected your career? And you got to go boom, 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 in, out, done, put it on YouTube. That's it. That's all you can do. But you have to gain that trust. And the one thing, like my buddy Jamie, who I'm talking to about this idea for our channel, and I'm hoping we can make it happen in the new year, is we're hoping that some of these people that he knows actually will trust him enough of knowing him for 25, 30 years that they will be comfortable enough to come on the air and tell us the story. I remember about 4 years ago, former Guns N' Roses guitarist and 6 a.m. guitarist DJ Ashba posted on his Instagram a video of, from his security cameras of his patio door. You see the curtains in front of the patio door, the camera's outside, and it's facing a patio door, and the curtains kind of ruffle. The door opens, and then the door closes. Nobody was home. Nobody came out of that door, and nobody went back in to close it. And the door opened fully, not just a crack, but opened fully, and then back. I mean, that is, tell us that story. If you're living in a haunted house, or somebody like DJ Ashba, who collects a lot of horror type of, like he loves the horror genre. I want to know about that. Maybe he's got some haunted objects in there, or Rob Zombie. I mean, he sung about UFOs. Great song, by the way. He is, he loves his horror movies. I would love to get him on. Give me 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Tell me your experiences. That's it. I don't care about your career. Don't care about your next album. Don't care about anything. Just tell us your experiences. That's it.
Sure, and like Dave Grohl, I mean, his whole band is named after UFOs, right? Foo Fighters.
Yeah.
Like, and he's come out a couple times and said, "Yeah, I follow that stuff pretty seriously. You know, I still follow that stuff pretty seriously." And I don't know how much he says that for show, but I would love to hear somebody get him on the air to talk about it at some point. You know what I mean? Even if it's just to, you know, talk about like the 3 books he read when he was a kid or whatever. You know what I mean? That would be a beautiful situation for his audience, if not ours. You know what I mean?
And that is a great idea. I'm hoping we can make this fly. It's going to be difficult. My buddy Jamie and I got to talk about it and see if we can make it happen. We really have to try on that. And, you know, who knows? It may take off. You know, we may have, my goal is once a week, but it may be once a month. Don't know. But you got to start, right? And we got to start lining up potential guests and making a list and everything like that. So that's where it goes. But yeah, I would love to hear these stories, man. Would love to. It would be interesting.
Well, I kind of stole it with Dan Aykroyd. Nobody else got to say like who'd be, you know, Bree or Sonny or Merle.
We have one this month coming on. For me is kind of don't want to say cross off the list, but somebody I've really wanted to speak in depth to. Like we're speaking to Andrea Perron on our Ghost to the Great White North segment. So she's going to talk about her conjuring house experiences since she grew up in it. And I can't wait to pick her brain about a lot of the stories and actual experiences she had. I have a ton of questions ready for her. And Chris Jericho, he's another one. He's big into the paranormal. He's big into cryptids. He's big into ghosts. If I can bring anyone back from the dead, I'd love to have a chat with Lorraine Warren or Hans Holzer. Those are 2 that I really want to chat to, especially Ed and Lorraine. That would be a wicked interview.
See, for me, if I were to go into the past, it would probably be either J. Allen Hynek or I'd love to interview Stanton Friedman again. I would, you know, I mean, God bless Stanton Friedman. I mean, he passed away 3 years too early. I would love to see where he would be standing on all of these topics UFO right now. I remember the first time I interviewed Stanton Friedman, I had to do a 2-hour recording with him. And the first little bit, I was so nervous. I'd only ever froze once in my journalism career. And that was when I interviewed, I was in a media scrum with Wayne Gretzky. And I was literally about 9 inches away from Gretzky, holding my microphone right at his face. And he turned and looked at me. And I was like, in front of like all my colleagues are all around me. And I'm like, and I did that with Stanton Friedman. And finally I stopped and I said, Stanton, I apologize, but I got to get this out. And I went, holy bleep. I can't believe Stanton F. Freeman is on my radio show right now. And he starts laughing and he goes, well, Dave, in his real gruff voice. He goes, well, Dave, you know, I put my pants on one leg at a time, just like you. And it cut the tension right there. We had a great interview after that. We really did. It was amazing. Love Stanton Friedman. Loved him.
That's beautiful. That's amazing.
Just one of those little moments, you know, one of those little moments that just happens during the show. I mean, we've had a lot of those little moments. Bree, who would you like to see?
I have a few of them. For going like an actor, I would say probably Shatner. He seems like he would be interesting to talk about, you know, that kind of stuff with.
Yeah, that's a good one. That is
plus
a
now
very good one.
Yeah, plus now he went to space, or the edge of it anyway. So there, I mean, I've heard his take on that, but maybe there's a sneaky curveball we could throw in there on that 12 minutes that he had up there, or whatever it worked out to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of makes you wonder if they have to sign a non-disclosure agreement that if they see a UFO, that they got to keep quiet. I'd be curious to see that.
I wonder about that too, right? Because like, as much as Elon Musk flies off the handle on Twitter pretty frequently, and as much as he is totally willing to talk about simulation theory or the idea that we're not living in base reality and all that stuff, the fact that he was with Grimes for like, I don't know, 2 or 3 years there, like there has to have been like plenty of like slumped on the couch alien talks like happening in that house, I'd have to imagine, right? And so, yeah, I have to figure there must be an NDA situation happening, right? Because and then at the same time, like you do meet people that get off on on like having a good secret, right? So maybe he's just one of those guys. I don't know. What do the rest of you think? Yeah, right? It's tough. I guess you. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I know if I had to sign one, I don't know. If I signed it, I would be thinking, okay, it's because I'm not gonna see anything. But if I did see something, I don't know if I could keep quiet. I might get myself in trouble. Dave, could you?
I agree.
Could you keep quiet if you seen a UFO up there, Dave, and you signed something and said you wouldn't say anything?
I'm going to tell you right now, I could, because I can be bought. I can totally be bought. I have often said on this show that if the Canadian government ever came up to me and said, we will pay you X amount of dollars if you shut down your show tomorrow, if I ever leave, it's because I got bought. Plain and simple. If they offered me, say, $500,000 and let's say a job at their Woo office in Ottawa, I'm gone, people. I am gone. If I could work like be a Canadian Elizondo or something like that, oh hell yeah. I'm in. Where do you sign me up? I'm sure if I was like 15 years younger, it might work better. But seriously, I think we would all do that. I think we all would. If all this, think about it. Your mortgage is paid off. Your vehicles are paid off. You got everything. You got money in the bank, and you get to work the Woo desk. That is a dream job come true. Totally, maybe for a couple of tacos too. Throw in some tacos, and I'm definitely there.
Now, you drive a hard bargain. Obviously, once it gets into the taco terrain, yeah. There's somebody out there listening right now, some spook, and they're just like furiously writing down, plus the tacos. Got to remember the tacos. Energy drinks, looking in the background. You need some more guitars. That'll do it. We're going to get this guy off the air before the 8-year mark.
You know what's funny? In my 7 years, I have never, we only got about 5 minutes left. In my 7 years on the air, I've never been threatened. I've never had any agency call me up. I've never had black vehicles in front of my house. I've never had black helicopters. I've never had anything. And I'll be honest with you, I'm a little jealous over that. I've never had the knock on the door saying, you got to keep quiet. The only time something really weird happened is, this is going back about 2 years ago. Everett Thiemer and I, we were going down a really woo conversation on the phone one night. It was one of these 3.5 hour phone calls. And this was right after the To the Stars Academy had come out. And so, 4 years ago now, it was about a year after the TTSA. And literally our phone line kept getting cut. And it was like, this is getting weird. And then we called back and we couldn't connect with each other. And then all of a sudden it would connect back and be like, hey man, how you doing? This is getting weird. And then the phone would cut again. And then I think it was the third or fourth time it got cut. We actually challenged them and said, okay, if you guys at the CIA or NSA or wherever are listening to this phone call, cut the line again. Bang. Phone line got cut again. Like instantaneously. right? And so we hooked up with each other right away again, and we were just killing ourselves laughing. Like, this is awesome. That was the first time and only time something like that weird happened during the show. Very weird. Otherwise, no black helicopters, no knocks at the door, nothing. I must be boring. I must be just some boring Canadian who.
Yeah, we'll see how long and after you speak it out into the universe, something happens.
Oh, exactly. And be careful what you wish for, right? Be it Return of Carl, be it Carl's Jr., or the black helicopters, right?
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with Carl coming back. The time Carl came back, man, and I could hear the conversation going on in my yard, much like the movie Signs.
I was just about to ask if it was similar to that.
Yeah, that was really, really cool. You know what? I figured out something, Jay, and a lot of people have not gone down this road. Okay, I know how they leave. If you got aliens, I know how they leave, because it happened with Samantha and I in the forest, and it happened when Carl showed up with his buddies in my yard. Okay, how they leave is this. They put in your head that if you go to a different area, you're going to see more. You're going to see the mother craft. You're going to see other extraterrestrials. You're going to be surrounded. It's going to be like Close Encounters of the Third Kind, man. And when you get to that other place, you literally sit there for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour, waiting for things to happen, and nothing happens. And then when you go back to the original place of the incident, they're gone.
Classic Irish exit.
Yeah.
They learned from the best.
That is how they disappear, and nobody talks about that.
Yeah. I mean, I think that there also seems to be some like instantaneous kind of cloak out type of things. And then there's also the situation of just kind of like, blacking you out altogether. That it seems like they could do just about anything after that, right?
You got that
whichever
right.
of them they are. Yeah. Oh.
There he is, John Hudson.
Hey, John
with
Hudson.
the fedora.
How you doing? Couldn't miss out on this, man. Happy birthday, Dave.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. John has become an integral part of what we do on Spaced Out Radio, and he's going to be more of an integral part joining Big Willie and Gemma Jade on the new weekend show After Hours. So he's going to be here like 5 days a week doing the UFO reports for us, and then on the weekends with everything else and the After Hours show. John, you're amazing, buddy.
That's true, Dave. That's a lot of nights.
You can handle it.
Maybe I should be thinking about this. That's good,
That's true. I am amazing.
No, it should be a lot of fun. It should be a lot of fun. It's especially it's going to be so interesting because as you mentioned before, Dave, a lot of us tend to kind of glob together, and you and I have a lot of the similar kind of interests and topics and so forth. But when it comes to Gemma, myself, and Willie, we all come from from pretty different angles, and especially Gemma, and so it's going to be a lot of fun to see the kind of different opinions that generates, and I'm hoping to learn quite a bit.
We're going to learn quite a bit here, guys, and we got to wrap up this segment. Bree Borden, Jay King, Merle, Sonny from Paranormal Chop Shop, and of course, John Hudson. I know you're going to stick around. Bree, if you want to stick around for the After Hours show, you can do that too. Sure. Sonny, you as well. Jay, if you want to stick around, if you're still feeling awake in about half an hour, we are going to take this to the other side off the air. Coming up next, we're going to join Shane and the Shift in Vancouver. We're going to go across Canada about a new UFO report regarding the Canadian Armed Forces. And we may get into some SOR as well. Shirky Poo's news is coming up as well. Jam-packed final half hour next. Hey, Vancouver.
Hello. How you doing this week?
Good. How you doing?
Oh, we're doing all right. Just trying to stay dry down here in Vancouver. Yep.
Yeah. I can't even get home, man, to visit my parents. Yeah. My mom just got out of hospital.
Oh, yeah, I know it's been something else these last few weeks.
Oh yeah, So we got about what? We got about 6 minutes.
36.
36. Okay, we'll talk to you then. I'm going to put you on mute. Hey, how's Shane's beard?
It's coming in. It's getting more Santa-like every week.
Beautiful. Okay, talk to you in 6 minutes. All right, that's Vancouver. Yeah, guys, if you guys want to stick around, come. You can hang out in the green room, or you guys can log off and come back in. Or if you got to go for the night, that's really cool too. But we will do the after-hours show coming up here as soon as we get off the air in about 30 minutes, because I got to do the hit with Vancouver. And yeah, John, you look like you're going to fall asleep.
Yeah, it's been quite a week. Yeah, it's a little hard staying awake when you're all by yourself in your house. So. Yeah,
I hear you. Do you have a teddy bear you can snuggle with?
Well, luckily I got my puppy dog right here, so I'm good.
Right on. So if anybody wants to join us, you guys are more than invited for the after show in about 30 minutes.
It's bedtime for me.
I know, Merle. I know. I appreciate you, buddy.
All right, man.
All right. Have a good night, Merle.
Ciao.
Merle.
See you, Merle.
Merle.
Man.
Gotta love Merle. Jay, if you want to hang out, you're more than welcome to. Or if you got to get going, that's cool too, man.
Oh gosh. Let's see. You mean like kick me out for now, or come back in a half hour, or
you can hang out. I just need your mic on mute.
Okay. Yeah. I'll mute. Sure.
Cool. Sonny, same with you, buddy.
I'm good. I can be good.
Yeah, I know you'll hang out. Bree's gonna hang out. I already can tell, because her husband's like, yeah, you're gonna be on that damn show, lady. You're gonna be on that damn show, because that's my favorite show.
Oh, he's sleeping, but
he'll listen to it tomorrow on Spotify.
Oh yeah, good point. He'll be driving around and be like, yeah, I'll be right back.
Yep. Yeah, this is kind of cool. I do a once a month hit, and literally this goes right across Canada, so it's kind of cool. Very cool. All right. Everett Themer, how you doing over at the other room with Kit Kat? That's old school over there. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. All right. What do we got here? We got about 3 minutes. All right. Johnny?
Yeah.
You look, seriously, buddy, you look tired, man.
Yeah, well, it certainly could be sleeping better. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seriously, buddy, you look tired. Hey, John Davies, okay, I got to get you to mute. I got to do a hit with Vancouver here. Yeah. And you got your YouTube channel up. I got to get you to mute. I got to do a hit with Vancouver here. And your speakers are on. Look at that shirt. That is a nice shirt. John Davies, everyone. He is one of the this man's if there is ever a guru in the UFO community, it is John Davies. I don't know how he does it, but he is a guru. The hit's going to be from a 36 to 52 on the clock here. Everett and Kat, they're in the Spreaker chat room right now. Also, Sparkles on Facebook, along with Penman Mike Medil and Little Ronnie Moniak on Facebook. We appreciate you guys. Much love to all of you guys. And we're going to get going here in about 30 seconds. I'm going to mute you guys. John, I'm going to mute you. And then you guys could just tune on into Vancouver here momentarily. And I better get my information going here. This one right here. That's the one I need. All right, right there. So this is cool. All right, guys. Thank you to all the super chatters. Thank you to all the veterans who are tuning in. We always love you, and we always got a warm place in our hearts for veterans in our chat room. We always got a safe home here. We're going to get going here with Vancouver here momentarily. Hold on, guys. We've rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you for attending our 7th anniversary show. We really do appreciate it. Want to remind you that if you've missed most of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, and so much more. All right, at this time of the night, we're going to join Shane and the Shift as we go right across Canada, talking all the weird stuff here.
The world of the woo.
Yes.
Been a couple of weeks since we've had young David on. Are we there? Are we connected to the aliens?
I'm here. I'm hearing you, man. The aliens are loud and clear, my friend.
The space and the connections and all the things. Oh, guess what? I heard a little birdie told me that it was the 7th anniversary of Spaced Out Radio, and I'm assuming because it's Spaced Out Radio, it is 7 Earth year anniversaries. You never really know with Spaced Out Radio. Congratulations, David, on your milestone.
Thank you so much. You know, in radio, if you can last more than 3 years on anything, it's a height of success. The fact that we have been going into the weird and the woo for the last 7 years, and we have no idea what stopping is all about. So we're just going to keep on going and run the woo train to see as far down the tracks as we could go, my friend.
Run the woo train. Oh, that's good. Okay, now I do want to hear some of your wildest stories, but I want to talk about something new first, and then hang on for some of the wildest over the last 7 years Spaced Out Radio things that even you, Dave Scott, are still surprised with today. Let's get into this favorite topic of yours that you have this love-hate relationship with, which is the Canadian government and UFO reports. I know you hate the dance, but you kind of love the dance.
Oh, yeah.
There is new info. What's going on?
Well, what's happening here is Daniel Otis, contributing freelance journalist to Vice magazine, who's really taken the UFO story in Canada by the tail because no other real or other experienced journalists or people from a major newspaper won't grab it, but Daniel has, and he has a brand new report that involves the Royal Canadian Air Force and a squadron out of Ontario that had some of its fighters, I believe, in the British Columbia area, probably stationed at Comox on Vancouver Island. And this report came out of September 20th, 2016, where an Air Canada Express pilot flying to Vancouver reported 3 red lights 3,000 feet above him, while 25,000 feet over an uninhabited stretch of the north coast. Now, this has been declassified by the RCAF after they reviewed their radar data, but they found nothing near the plane. And now they're trying to figure out what was happening. But this is really one of the first reports where we are actually hearing that CF-18 Hornets have been scrambled by NORAD to try and intercept UFOs.
Wow. It's amazing when it gets real like that, right? I mean, you and I can talk about this all day about, well, maybe, guess what I heard? But when it gets like, by the way, they're sending jets, that gets real quick, doesn't it?
It really does. And this is what we need more of. We just don't need these reports. We need the former and current CF-18 fighter pilots coming forward and saying, I went through this. I was called on one of these scrambles by the Canadian Armed Forces trying to intercept these craft. We don't know what we were. I want our own tic-tac, man. I want our own tic-tac information. There are governments and military all over the world who are opening up about their encounters with strange craft in the sky. Why hasn't the Canadian military done so as well? And once again, I will preface, I'm sure you're sick of me saying this on your program, but once again, we have the Canadian media covering this story from an American standpoint, and not a single member of the mainstream media is asking Canadian politicians, what is Canada's role in ufology? This is becoming very, very strange that they are being so silent, and more strange that the media will cover this story from an American standpoint and an American military standpoint, but will not ask the questions that need to be asked on how this affects Canada, Canadian airspace, and what we are doing about it for our own national security.
Now, looking back at some of the history of these stories and this political dance that is happening, Dave, is there any change on what you see what's happening now that it's starting to get the exposure? Have you seen any traction getting you this info?
Not at all. We have NDP leader Jagmeet Singh too busy doing TikTok memes that everybody else is doing in the world. We have Justin Trudeau, who is supposed to be answering this. We know he's been read in on this subject, and he is not talking about it. Neither is the Liberal Party. As far as we know about the Conservative government, we hear that they are potentially, there's a few people interested behind the scenes, but leader Aaron O'Toole, who is a former member of the Canadian Armed Forces, has yet to want to go public about anything, which I do not know why. I mean, dude, you're a politician. You've already got your pension locked up, your military pension locked up. Tell us about them damn aliens already.
I love it. It's fantastic. Dave Scott's 7th anniversary of Spaced Out Radio. Pretty exciting for you and all your hard work in putting this together. With the exception of a couple of mistakes, like, for example, I've noticed that you've taken the beard off.
Yeah.
I mean, you're handsome underneath that
Thank
coat,
you.
but, I did like the beard. That's just my opinion.
I know you did.
I know. It looks really good. It's white like mine, so it makes me feel young. Now, over the 7 years, Dave, there's got to be a couple of stories that really stand out in the world of the woo that even surprised even you. And you're the kind of guy that if something's going on, I can call and say, hey, what are your thoughts on this? When Dave Scott is your friend, nothing surprises Dave Scott. Like, you have to understand the world this guy rotates in. Nothing surprises Dave Scott. So what are some of the stories that you've encountered? Maybe you can give us a couple, Dave.
I can give you
even surprised you.
I can give you two examples that jump out of my brain right off the bat. And I mentioned this one to my audience earlier on the show. April 20th, 2015, I was interviewing a gentleman named Harvey Kraft about Buddha of all topics. And we were on Blog Talk Radio back then, real small. And I had this little studio built in a bedroom in the front of my house, right by my front door. Outside, I had my night lights off, my outdoor lights off. I don't know why, because I always had them on in the evenings, but I turned them off. It was like 3 nights in a row. I didn't put them on. And while I'm interviewing him, about 17 minutes into the interview, I see something move out of my window, which I think, oh my goodness, there's somebody coming to the door. And now my dogs are going to start barking. And my dogs aren't going to shut up, and the walls are paper thin, and I'm going to, get barking in the background. This is not good radio, but my dogs never started barking. So Harvey's talking on the radio, and I turned to look, to get up and look out the window to see who is at my front door. And that's where I noticed, like 4 feet away, right in front of me, I saw the big gray head and the giant black almond-shaped eyes that were staring back at me from the other side of the window as there was an alien gray standing there watching me.
Do you think they come because it's Dave Scott and they're just checking in, like they're listening far away and they're like, we want to check out who this hairy bugger is from Northern BC?
I have no idea, but I could tell you I screamed like a banshee and it scared the daylights out of me. I jumped back up to the window because I wanted another look, and this thing was gone. Completely gone. If it disappeared anywhere, I would have been able to see it. I totally would have been able to see it. And I was not able to see where it went and how it disappeared, but it was gone. So yes, and that's how the legend of Carl came along with our show as our show mascot, because, he needed a name, so the name Carl kind of jumped into my head, and that's what I named him. So
why Carl?
Why not?
I guess so. Good point. Very valid.
He didn't look like a Jed or a Harold or whatever. But yeah, that one was pretty weird.
Harold. So that would be, like, when you know somebody by that name, you immediately picture that person.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So I get that. All right. So you've got aliens coming to your house, Dave Scott. What are the other stories 7 years later of spaced out radio that surprise even you?
All right. I was interviewing this gentleman named Anthony Kenyatta, and he claimed to have this haunted doll named Harold, by the way, that had literally the spawn of Satan living inside the doll. So this intrigued me, and I talked to Anthony beforehand, and, I said to him point blank, I said, Anthony, we're going to have a good interview. He's like, I'm a little nervous. I don't really talk about this stuff. I don't really know you. I don't know if you're going to make fun of me or anything like that. So no, we're going to have a good time. And he forewarns me. He says, Dave, Harold is known to do things during shows that I'm on. And I'm thinking, okay, we're going to get the whole hang up thing, and, the phone's going to disconnect, and, oh, that was Harold, or that was Harold, whatever. Nope, not on this night, my friend. Here I am interviewing Anthony. We are 45 minutes into the show, and I'm now living up north here in Wooville, where I live in British Columbia. And I've got this makeshift studio in my basement right near my laundry room, and it was hilarious to look at. And I'm broadcasting, and when you see something out of the corner of your eye that you turn and look. So we're talking about Harold being the spawn of Satan. And I see something out of the corner of my eye. I turn my head to the left and look, and right over my shoulder, I see this 4.5, 5 foot black cloaked figure standing there staring right at me. And then poof, it disappeared right in front of my eyes. And once again, because I'm a little bit of a screamer, I screamed like a banshee again. And I'm telling you, so I get back on the air. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you're not going to believe what just happened. I said, I think Harold was here. And Anthony was like, what did you see? And I told him about this cloaked figure, very thin and frail. And then it just disappeared right in front of me. And he goes, oh my God, my friend just had that exact thing happen to her 2 days previous.
Wow. So the notion is that because the doll was there, you were talking about the doll, that the spirit came and arrived just to let you know, by the way, don't screw this up.
Yeah, pretty much.
Wow. I didn't take you as a screamer. I thought you'd be one of those guys that would be like super curious and just like immediately get right into it.
Oh, when I get startled, I you give a quick scream, and then you're like, okay, game face back on and make things happen.
So what is it about the dolls, though? I mean, we all find the dolls scary, Pet Cemetery style, Chucky, like all those things, right? So why is it that we find, what is it with the dolls and the connection to the woo here?
Well, the dolls are originally created as death dolls. That's the folklore behind any sort of doll, is that when somebody died, you would take their ashes and put them inside the doll, so that way their spirit could grow inside the doll and you could keep them forever. That's why so many of these people claim that all of these antique dolls are haunted. And let's face it, when you get a ceramic face doll, it's scary looking at the best of times. Now, an interesting quick story here. My buddy Merle from Paranormal Road Trippers in Vancouver was investigating up in Quesnel, British Columbia, one of the most haunted dolls in the world. All right. And this haunted doll that is in Quesnel nearly killed him. This doll put Merle in a trance, and Merle wasn't feeling good. So he walked out of the, Mandy is the doll's name. Mandy put Merle in a trance, and Merle started feeling really sick, walks out the door of the museum, and is grabbed 10 feet from the highway by one of his team members because he was walking towards the highway and he was going to stand on the highway and get hit because Mandy didn't want him around.
I love it. I don't love it, but I love it because it scares the crap out of me. So you're telling me some of these old dolls literally have ashes inside?
Some of them. Hard to find. I don't want to find one. I don't like the haunted stuff, man.
You don't want to crack it open and find out. That's one of those things that I don't need to know. Isn't that the kind of the way that works?
Well, it's easy. If you see a 100-year-old plus doll, don't buy it. Probably haunted. It's nice and simple.
Don't buy it. That's very good and very good advice. Absolutely. Dave Scott, spacedoutradio.com to check out the show. Congratulations, Dave. I do know how much you love this. It's a labor of love, and how hard you work with all of it too. And it's great to see you cross this milestone.
Thank you.
7 years with the show, and you don't do it the easy way. Like, you started out just getting it online, trying to get it on the radio here and there, and it has worked, and everyone has stuck around. So congratulations, Dave.
Thank you, my friend, and thank you to everybody at Chorus and the Shift for allowing us to be a part of your family as well. And we really enjoy this time. So thank you so much, Shane, to you and your team for allowing us the opportunity to share these weird stories with you.
Love it. We'll talk to you soon, bud.
All right. Let's say goodnight to Shane and hello to our audience. We were going to go to the news here, but we still got a panel here. Now we've been joined by Jonathan Davies, who is experiencer extraordinaire. This man is the guru of getting people together for information. And Jay King is still with us. Sonny from Paranormal Chop Shop is here. We got John Hudson, and somewhere Bree has taken a break, but I think she'll be back. I think she will. John, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good, mate. Congratulations. 7th anniversary. Amazing work.
Oh, man. You know, if I had the insider information that you did, you know, I'm glad I don't know, because I would be an absolute mouthpiece with it. I would. But thank you so much, my friend. And John and I have been talking for a couple of years here. And for people who don't follow Jonathan Davies on Twitter at I Wanna Know UK and on his podcast, and I apologize off the top of my head, John, name of your podcast is?
Special Access Podcast.co.uk.
Yeah, that one you want to listen to. There is some huge information on there. Jay, do you know John?
Yeah. We were just speaking earlier today, actually, oddly enough. And
how you doing, Jay?
I'm doing well. It's nice to meet you too. I saw your message earlier that you were going to be able to make it later when it was morning for you, and so I was like, I'm just going to get another cup of coffee. I want to be on we've been like ships passing in the night and situations like this before, and it's just, I was like, I can't leave before John Davies gets on. This is too good.
Good,
so
man.
I'm happy to see you, man.
My daughter was going to school, and so I was a bit late joining you guys, and then she dropped a glass. So there was glass everywhere. The dogs were stepping in the glass, and it was a nightmare. So I'm a bit late, so I apologize for that. But I couldn't miss the show.
No worries. No worries. John, let me ask you, you've been tuning into our show for a while. We only got about 3 minutes left. And then, on our YouTube side, we'll do a little bit of an after show, as we always do. But for you, you listen to a number of podcasts and everything. You've become a fan of ours. You've promoted us a little bit. And I want to say a big thank you for allowing us to gain your trust and your knowledge, and you becoming a guest on this show. That really means a lot to me, man.
Oh, you're welcome, mate. I really enjoy the show. I tune in whenever I can, and everyone should really tune into the show, because it's a bit of fun, but you also get a lot of good information on this show.
Well, I appreciate that. And you have so much knowledge that, I got to bring you back on. I mean, when I had you on a few weeks ago, it wasn't enough. And I'm definitely going to be, trying to line up a date with you for January to get you back on to talk about this. Actually, I will need you in December, John, because near the end of December, we are going to be doing a UFO year in review with a bunch of different podcasters, and I definitely want you on board with that.
Okay, great. No worries.
He's a man of many words. John Davies. How you doing there, John Hudson?
Doing good.
You're still with us?
Oh, yeah, I'm still here.
Absolutely. And our man, Sonny from Paranormal Chop Shop. Always a pleasure to have you here, buddy.
Thank you, man. Having a good time.
Yeah. And Jay King is here from the Experiencer Group. I'll tell you, it's one of the top. If you have experiences and you need to know what's going on, that is the group to get your information from. That is for sure. Jay, having you step in like this, man, it really meant a lot.
Oh, I'm just really happy and honored to be here. It's a great day for the Spaced Out community, and it was a pleasure to see your text earlier today and inviting me. That was a really nice surprise. I love our conversations. I love having some nice jokes with you on the chat during the day every once in a while, and it's great to be here in the evening. I love your show. And I'm a big fan of John Davies, and I'm very happy to meet Sonny and John. I re-meet John Hudson and everybody else that I've been speaking with tonight. It's been great.
Right on. Gentlemen, I'm going to get you to hold on here for just a little bit because we're going to take this thing home here tonight. 7 years we have been broadcasting Spaced Out Radio, and it is just as fun today as it was 7 years ago. Sure, I'm a little older. I'm a little grayer. My eyes are a little weaker, but I'll tell you, it is still a lot of fun sharing the night with each and every one of you out there in Radio Land. And it is something that is very special to me. It is special to my family. It is special to absolutely everyone involved with Spaced Out Radio. I want to say a big thank you to our team, Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal, for our great music, Spooky and Gail and Lynn and Willie and John and Bree and Jennifer and so many other people who have come on in and helped us out. Dirty Filth as well with his amazing art, and it cracks me up all the time. You need a team behind you. Vincent, who does all of our videos, you need a good team behind you in order to be able to put this show on a nightly basis. I could never do it without each and every one of them, and I especially could not do it without our amazing audience that we have both live and on the podcast side of everything, listening to our archives. And we really do appreciate each and every one of you becoming family with Spaced Out Radio. We have Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone sitting in our YouTube chat, Twitch, Revolution Radio, Spreaker, Facebook, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends, we own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo Train has docked for the night, but soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too, as a train starts to roll on year number 8 of the mighty SOR. Good night. God, I had a feeling my voice was going to go right then, too. Damn it. Gosh. Arg. That's okay.
You're just sliding into home plate. It's
just exactly, Dave.
Dave, you
on
your
made it to
shin
the
as
very
you slide
end,
in.
man. You're fine, dude.
I got to try and edit that out now. But that's okay. I'll accept that. I'll accept that. Jonathan Davies, what's going on there, buddy?
Yeah, good, mate. And I got a question for you. What?
Yeah.
This We Own the Night. Did you steal that from the NRO, or did they steal it from you?
No. Let me tell you how we came up with it. The NRO. So first thing I'm going to do is I want you guys to take a look at the background of this picture. Okay. So I'm just going to remove you guys. Don't hang up. I'm just putting you back in the green room. All right, so you guys should be able to hear me right now. Oh, no, where'd it go? All right. So that picture there is my version of We Own the Night. So in 1991, where I grew up, I got a cough candy in now. Where I grew up in Abbotsford, British Columbia, we have a major air show there every year. And so during this air show in 1991, it was it's always held the second weekend of August. And that year they brought in an F-117 stealth fighter. Excuse me. And I got talking to the pilot. And I'm 18 years old. And I'm, at that point I thought I was heading to the Canadian Armed Forces to become a pilot. And let me just find it here. I know where it is. And I was asking him, I asked him point blank, I said, were you in Baghdad? Were you? And he was telling me about, he was in one of the first waves of F-117s going into Baghdad those first few nights. And he said that he goes, we knew they were firing at us. We knew they couldn't see us. He goes, we would drop our ordnance and then we would go vertical. And he goes, I always looked over my shoulder because it was he goes, as scary as it was, knowing that those were live rounds, they're shooting at you to kill you. He said it was one of the most beautiful fireworks displays he's ever seen in his life, with all the tracers and everything. So I looked at his, let me bring it up here, dude. Hold on. Where is it here? Where is my file here? Come on. There's that one. Where is the Dave? Is that in here? No, that ain't it. Promo photos. That's the file I'm looking for. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the file on my desktop here. Where is it? I don't know how many gosh darn Dave files I have on my... It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Why do I need so many Dave files? Where the hell did it go? Dave 101, another Dave, drums, Dave, promo pics. Here we go. All right. So let me open this and I'll share this with you. Share. And right here, where is it here? He had this patch on his shoulder. And so when I saw this, the signal or the words, "We Own the Night," and Operation Desert Storm, I'm 18 years old. I have no understanding about the meaning of patches, but the "We Own the Night" always stood with me. I had no idea about the NRO or anything like that. So when we put this slogan together of "We Own the Night" for the show, which we did in about 2016, 2017, figured we needed a catchphrase. This one had always stuck with me because of that F-117 fighter pilot that I met. And so when we developed this poster of "We Own the Night," basically, if you look here, we have the black triangles. There's Mothman, Dogman, the aliens, the ghosts, the Bigfoot, the orbs, the mist, the cabin from where I broadcast from. There's fairies all through the trees that are hidden in here. And then we have the plots here where there's me, there's Carl, there's Bumblefoot, there's gnomes, and then there's gnomes in here. Right here to scare the daylights out of me. When I say we own the night at the end, it's not me as a radio station or radio show that's owning the night. God, no, there are way bigger shows than ours that own the night. But it is these creatures that own the night. And when I say together, my friends, we own the night, it's actually me speaking for them, all of these guys, saying that they own the night. And that's how we got our slogan.
Love it.
Cool, eh?
You need a Man in
Very
Black
cool.
on there as well, mate.
I know.
Well, the problem is that there was another patch that came out later that actually was an NRO patch for specifically a satellite mission Longitude, I believe 18, with an octopus on it. No, an owl on it. That's right. And it had we own the night on the yeah. So they used it twice. Yeah.
So there was this one podcaster out there. When I was on a different network, he was like, who's this arrogant a-hole, Dave Scott, who thinks he owns the night? He goes, last I checked, his show was smaller than Coast to Coast, smaller than Dave Schrader, smaller than Heather Wade, smaller than so-and-so. And I'm like, it's not me saying it. It's the creatures of the night that are the ones saying it. That was my introduction to this person. No longer on that network.
Nice.
No. So that's what it was all about. So
Dave, what are the plans for the show's future? You've done 7 years. What are we going to be doing in the future now?
We're all going Muppets. So we're just going to have a Muppet made, and we're going to do like ventriloquism. It's going to be cool.
John, let me answer that in about 1 minute here, because for about the last hour and a half, I've been dying for a bathroom break. So I'll be back in like 1 minute. You guys chat away with our audience. Don't forget, they can all hear you on YouTube. We're still live.
You guys want me to go get my wig, take the show
How you
over?
doing, John Hudson?
I'm doing okay, doing all right. Hanging in.
Nice to meet you, mate. We've chatted quite a bit on Twitter. We've never spoken live though.
Yeah, no kidding, dude. Good to see you. You can see, good and cool shirt, man. I like that. I would have named it.
It's my friend, my friend and experiencer designed this. It's Portal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking.
You can't see. I mean, my gut is in the way, but there's a pathway going into a portal.
Awesome. But first time I looked at it, I was like, oh, that should be like a Shasta shirt. They should just sell that on the road up on the way up to Shasta. Because it's so funny. Like Shasta's like one of those places where I used to go to as a kid. And to me it was a family place. And then you get older and everyone's like, no, there's all these like portals there. You can go there and take mushrooms and do fun stuff. And like, it's like high school never changes.
Yeah, I've never been to Shasta. I've driven past it. I've looked at it from afar, but I've never kind of like hiked around on Mount Shasta or anything like that. Did you ever have any experiences there?
No,
or
I went camping out there once when I was younger, and it was honestly, like it didn't. Everything's a comparison when you're a kid, and so for me, like what a lot of people don't realize, like Lake Tahoe. When you get up to Lake Tahoe and you get out there and you're away from the light for long enough, like the starlight you can see is pretty astounding, And so I always compare everything to that. And so like compared to Tahoe, it wasn't that impressive, but because you are next to this huge lake, like it is incredible visibility and it is beautiful and it is. But to me, it's not like my ideal camping place, because for me, camping is redwood trees. Like to me, like camping means redwood trees. Like I want like mountains and redwood trees and more redwood trees and like to me, that's what camping is. And so, to me, it wasn't like a great place to go camping, but it was absolutely beautiful, beautiful, beautiful area. But for absolute sure, for absolute sure. But yeah, but totally, when I saw your shirt, Jonathan, I was like, oh, it looks like a Shasta shirt. Like it totally makes me look like one of those Shasta portals. That totally makes me look like how they describe them.
Now, this was designed by an experiencer friend who I wish I could talk about the experiences they've had. They've never come out in public, and they would blow people away. Their experiences would literally blow you away. The whole family got taken while they were driving the car on a holiday, and they all remember it vividly, and they've had experiences ever since, and that was 30 years ago. And it is absolutely nuts. I mean, the person had never drawn or was an artist or anything before this experience, and now he literally is putting something on canvas every single day of the week.
Wow. Well, but all I gotta say is that person's sponsor is a hell of a lot kinder than your sponsor, because take the whole family, everyone believes you. Worse, take one family member, no one will believe. No, let's do it even worse.
Sure.
Let's not take anyone. Let's leave them all in the car together, and only let one of them see it, and then go hee 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 hee. It's like, that's messed up, man. I can't believe anyone did that to you. Still blows my mind.
They even had witnesses, because they literally were driving on their vacation. They got to the location. They were all ill when they got to the place where they were staying. They were all sick, throwing up green bile. And the people at the campsite where they were going, they all saw this, so they were witnesses to them all being ill. They went into hospital. It's pretty nuts. I mean, forget Betty and Barney Hill. This case, if it ever came out, would be huge in comparison. I mean, they even remember all the things that went on board, the craft that they saw. It is nuts.
Yeah, that's the thing that people have to remember.
I wish I could tell you all about it properly.
Well, that's the part that drives me nuts when people talk about all this, because some people just don't have any. I guess most people just don't take any kind of psych classes for fun or anything like that. But I guess I'm just weird. But if you look at the way this whole thing lays out, like the likelihood is that all the stories we're hearing, they're all the most mundane ones, right? Because the biggest concern about telling your story is that you're going to be believed, that you're going to have any credibility, because the last thing you want to do is waste your time telling a story and have someone go, bullshit, I don't believe you, right? So everyone's careful what stories they tell based on what stories they've heard from other people and what stories they think are safe to tell. So what that means is that we only get that 10% bottom of the really safe stories. What you said, Jonathan, is dead on. There's this other side of the iceberg that is all the other stories that go into the really extreme tangents of things that most of us never get to hear about, because no one feels comfortable talking about them, because they're too far over the horizon for people, It's
these people are really credible. I mean, one of the things that was said was that the gentleman had an eye operation, a single eye operation. Now you know where I'm coming from with this, Jay, because you had something similar, you believe, yeah?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this guy never researches this topic. He's no interest at all. And yet he knew, he's literally sat in front of me and said, and then they operated on my eye. And I said, what, both eyes? No, just a single eye. And I knew Jay's story on this side of things, and it just blew me away. I didn't say anything, but things like this are just carried on. These little things. He's never looked into this topic at all. He's never been involved in this topic at all. And yet he seems to, things correlate with other things I've been by, just started blurting out. It was just crazy to listen to be honest.
Yeah, within the I completely agree with you, John and John.
And they had pictures as well. That was the best bit.
Yeah, that's one of the within the experiencer group, of course, within that private community, we people are able to open up a little bit more or a lot more, and we get more of those strange details as people are able to see, kind of bolstered by each other, because if one person is able to open up about it, and then people are able to kind of hold it and keep it together, you know, and it grows, you know, among the community, that kind of trust, right? And so there have been some, you're absolutely right. There have been some, I think one thing that people don't recognize is like how even really basic stuff like time dilation, like the part where like time slows down or speeds up or even sometimes seems to freeze, or in a lot of these contact events and things like that, something even as basic as that gets like edited out, you know, of it got edited out of books, it gets edited out of accounts when people relate things, because they keep thinking that things are going to be too weird for the audience, too weird for their families, too weird for this person or that person. I mean, I remember in like towards the end of Passport to Magonia, Jacques Vallée's book, of course, you know, there's hundreds of early pre-1945 cases in there, right? Or, you know, a couple hundred anyway. And one of them is an early cattle cattle abduction case, right? From an airship, you know, in the 1800s. And I can't remember what year, but the person reported that the cow was taken by ropes that had come down from the ship, and that the ropes came down around the cow and pulled them out. And it's like, you know, we now think like, you know, was that a case of somebody being like, well, I can't tell them that I was taken up by a damn beam of light. You know what I mean? Like, that's not going to work.
Right.
Yeah.
John, getting to your question, you asked me right before I went to the bathroom about what do I see for the next 7 years, and probably what I do see is I see us continuing to shift. I wanted to be, when I first started kind of putting my feet down on the ground, as wanting to figure, okay, do I take this seriously or do I stay as a podcast? I really wanted to bring that journalistic side to ufology that was non-existent. Much the same words as Ross Coulthart has said on many different interviews. And the more I got into this, the more I realized if we focus just on ufology, that the community doesn't want it, you know, and they want it, but they don't want it. All right. And what I mean by that is we see this community supporting, and you and I have talked about this privately. I don't mind saying it on here. We've seen this community supporting fakers, supporting hoaxers, a lot of but that person's a nice person, or that person, you know, helped me with my presentation, or that person, you know, did me a favor here. And you know, we see people lying about their credentials. We see people lying about their resumes in order to get the television shows and the conferences and everything like that. And the more I watch that happen, the more I realize that, you know, when I see people like, and a lot of people listening to this will say, oh, Dave, you're just being a jealous wimp. And it's not jealousy whatsoever. It's called observation. But, you know, back, you know, in journal, if you think real journalism, you don't see No Name Podcaster X breaking big time stories. You don't see people of the ilk of Ralph Blumenthal or Leslie Keane or Chris Mellon or Lou Elizondo going on these real tiny podcasts that barely have any listeners and dropping major bombs. You know what I'm saying? And we get that in the UFO world all the time. And they're not saving that for Coast to Coast. They're not saving that for Jimmy Church. They're not saving that for us or any of, you know, I don't consider us, and this isn't being self-deprecating, I don't consider us to be an A-league show yet. I would say we're a B+ show, maybe an A-, but I don't see us being an A+ or show yet because we don't have the audience and we don't have the exposure as of yet. We're working on that. We keep growing, which is amazing. But that's just, I think, an honest, subjective look at what we do. And when you see, these people who come out of nowhere and all of a sudden they're having personal conversations with people that mainstream media can't even get for an interview, or the bigger shows can't even get for an interview or even for a phone conversation, it gets frustrating. And it makes you wonder about, we've talked numerous times on this show about agendas. And that's where I've kind of over time, and a number of months ago when I started my Dave 101 blog, I kind of said, you know what? I'm done with ufology. I'm we're still going to talk about the subject. We're still going to interview the people, but I'm not interested in being part of the overall answer anymore because A, the public doesn't want it. B, the guests don't want it. And C, when you get people out there who have never had, more than 100 listeners on their show, and all of a sudden you got Lou Elizondo dropping major bombs on there of information, and you just had Luis Elizondo on the week before or 2 weeks before, and he was zipped up when you asked him the same question. At what point do you draw the line and say, where's the professionalism in that? And that's nothing against Lou. Nothing against Lou. He may have all this just got clearance on that. We don't know. But you know what I'm saying in regards to that. So what we're going to be doing more of is we're going to continue more with the storytelling. We're going to go down the road of storytelling a little bit more. We're still going to do the researchers, we're still going to try for the bigger names out there, but we may shift a little bit. And, the way the medium is working with, YouTube and TikTok and everything like that, I think what we need to do is we need to really focus on trying to get those type of influencers, as much as I hate that word, those type of influencers out there who could be storytellers and grow from them and really try and share audiences. That's what we're doing with Steve Stockton. Like at the beginning of the show, Steve went off the air live on his end, invited all of his audience over to us. Thomas Fessler did the exact same thing. Swamp Dweller, when he's on the show, he's a creepypasta guy. He has done it for us as well and brought a lot of audience over as well. And between those, especially Swamp Dweller and Thomas Fessler, they're probably responsible for about, I'm going to say, 600-700 of our last 2,000 followers. Right? So, I mean, you have to find this balance of being in the game, but, understanding that the game isn't doing you any favors.
And I've got a suggestion for you, Dave. And that is
Sure.
I'd like to see more experiences coming on the show. That's my personal interest. Obviously, I would have thought Jay would probably be up for that as well. I think the answers are with the experiences. I don't think the government's ever going to give us anything. The likes of Hal Puthoff has basically told us they're not going to give you anything. They've told us that. It's come straight from the horse's mouth. He's been doing this since the 1970s. And if he's saying that, you can take that to the bank, I think. But I'd love you to do a show on when experiences have been injured by their encounters and when they're sick from their encounters and go into that aspect of it a bit more, because my good friend in Australia, Damien John Knott, is seriously ill and the prognosis is not good. He's going to see his doctors in the next few days, and he's not expected news.
Yeah, and Bree,
and there's other people like him out there. It's
Bree here beside you is one of our booking our new booking people. So she's obviously listening and she's like writing notes. Okay, who is this guy and what kind of topic? So Bree, that's kind of, this is a good listen for you because this is kind of how it works.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden Jonathan drops a name or Jay drops a name or somebody, and that's boom, there we go.
I mean, Eric Davis was just talking about this on Facebook, the injuries that people have suffered over the years. It's not something that gets spoken about a lot. And, it's a part of the topic that we really need to start looking into a bit more and try and clarify what has occurred, and try and understand and empathize with those who have suffered.
100%. By the way, just for the record, you cannot hear the coughs on the replay. Cool. I'm happy about that.
Nice.
I'm all excited about that. It worked. The heavens are with me. All right. Yeah, Jay, I think we're just going to keep John, we're just going to keep refocusing on more of the experiencer side, because you know what? If you look at if you look into the Bigfoot research, which I know isn't really your forte, but they don't want.
Well, it is, Dave. It is, Dave. It's just that I think that when people see things like Bigfoot, or they see a big black panther, or sometimes when they're seeing greys, they're basically having their perceptions altered, and that something else is in front of them.
But I think we're going to continue more down the entertainment aspect of everything. I think, we're going to continue taking the topic seriously, but, there's just so much out there, like example, Jay and I touched on this earlier in the show where, like, why isn't anybody in our community really talking about the fact that we're actually seeing live in front of us due to UFOs, this butting of heads between the military industrial complex and the voted elected officials who are saying, hold on, we're elected to have this power. And the military of the United States is saying, no, you don't have that. We'll take care of this. And the military aspect is going to win. They're going to win. And nobody in the UFO, but nobody in the UFO.
Win. I mean, at the end of the day, this what's it, AIOMSG, whatever it's called, and the Astro, that's nothing for us. That is all about the government and the DoD basically regaining control from the black projects, and them finding out things. They're not going to share anything with that. Even if Astro comes out, all we're going to get from that side of things is a yearly report that's at the level of the June report, which is basically worthless to this community. It'll be great for the general public, don't get me wrong, but not for this community. The general public are basically going to see that, yes, they're taking it seriously, but they're not looking in for the details like we're looking in for the details in this community. So one of the questions we've got is, where does this community go after we've got Astro? Yeah, what are we looking for then? I mean, why are they not talking about releasing historical case details? Why are they not telling us anything any more than they've told us in the last June report? And it's worthless, the last June report was to this community. I mean, you're seeing Elizondo and Chris Mellon join the Galileo project. Great. But, I mean, that hasn't got funding yet, for a start. So we don't know whether that's even going to get anywhere. If it doesn't get funding, it's a dud. But everyone's now pinning their hopes on that. We've got to start talking. It's not just Lou Elizondo and Chris Mellon who are running this operation. At the end of the day, they may have some plan that they've had in process for the last how many years, and way before TTSA ever came out. But this community needs to get a plan. We need to start talking as a community. We're all butting heads and we're all at each other's throats all the time. But at the end of the day, we need to get together. We need to get a grouping in place, and we need to put our ideas on the table about what we want.
I don't think they want to, though. It's too divisive.
I'm not bothered what they want. It's not about what they want. At the end of the day,
they're what John
elected officials, and they do what we want.
Yeah. but I do think I agree with you, John, that our community and that the kind of popular will, that there's a lot that, you know, if Hal Puthoff says we're not going to get what we want out of the government, then we should operate partially. I think it's important to keep a lot of things in play, but I was really excited about things like Sky Hub that Bob was working on earlier, and others were working on earlier. The idea of hobbyist enthusiasts being able to take like prosumer technology and sensing technology and work on things on their own. And of course, with the experiencer group and things like that, being able to compare notes and find data points in aggregate that aren't being looked at by other people. You know, there's ways that we can kind of like own some of this ourselves in ways that we haven't in the past. And it can get out of, because I feel like some of the community just gets really hung up on being mad at somebody not giving them something instead of like trying to find what the answer is in an alternative framework, if that makes sense. You know, they'd rather be mad. Like there's some people that just want to be angry about somebody not giving them something rather than actually asking the big questions of like, what is the fabric of reality? Like what do these beings do when they're not like staring at the tops of our houses? Like going into a little bit more depth, going into like the further back questions, like how far back does this go? Things like that. Things that will never come from a PDF from the government, probably, right?
Yeah, totally. And I'd also like to know how long the panel thinks Elizondo and Mellon are going to stick around. I mean, if Astro comes out, I mean, we've got to remember, Elizondo left the government. He left because they weren't taking it seriously, and you know, he wanted them to start taking it seriously. That's what he told us. Astro gives him that and a lot more. Yeah. So, is he going to stick around? You know, and if he doesn't stick around, where do we go from there? Who's going to be leading this? Yeah, I mean, people really need to start thinking about what the future, and I'd like to see a few more people step up to the plate and take a bit more control. It'd be nice to see the experiencer group jumping up and putting their hand up and, you know, leading us a bit.
Oh, there are a few initiatives that are going to come out over the next year to two where some other players from that arena, not necessarily myself, but there's some interesting developments that are going to be coming out that I can't talk about right here, but I think that we're going to find more advocacy and more spokespeople that we might be surprised by over the next months and into the next 2 years or so, that are very much along those lines, John, and I'm really looking forward to that in the near and medium future for sure. And I also, you know, along with Astro, though, I'm cautiously optimistic about the Galileo project. You know, I mean that Mellon and Elizondo and there seems to be some kind of gelling consortium a little bit. I hope, maybe, you know, maybe like, you know, we get burned consistently by being optimistic about things like this, but it does seem, I'm optimistic that it seems like it's being positioned as an academic outlet for a different form of disclosure than we maybe could possibly even get from any government agency that's been kind of built on the idea of secrecy, right?
The problem with that, and maybe I'm going on a limb here, maybe I'm wrong, academic disclosure hasn't worked worth anything over time. They keep getting the same answers, and we kept getting the I don't knows. You know, I remember talking privately one day to Brandon Fugel, owner of Skinwalker Ranch, and I asked him point blank, have you ever brought true experiencers out there, people who are having daily interactions with, whether it's ETs, ghosts, cryptids, or whatever? There are a bunch of people out there. I said, have you ever brought a group of them out there to Skinwalker Ranch to see what the results would be like? And he was like, no, we haven't. We haven't even thought about it. He goes, our scientists have experienced things, the people who work there, and that's what we're focused on. I said, Brandon, you're missing out here, man. You're missing out. You know, imagine if somebody who could actually summon UFOs was out there, or summon any type of beings are out there. You got the record and you've got them patched up or whatever and all the gear on them. The amount of technology that is at Skinwalker Ranch that could record the findings of it happening and maybe creating the phenomena, it would be phenomenal. It would be phenomenal. And they're not doing it. They're not interested. Jay, I mean, I hope you're right, dude. I really hope you're right. But I mean, I don't see them being or giving two cares about this, about what you've experienced, what John has experienced, what I've experienced, or Samantha Mowat, or Lynn Wallington, or whatever. I just don't see that happening. They don't care.
I mean,
you have got Lou Elizondo basically said in an interview a while back that there is one location that if they looked at, they would be able to find things. I mean, hopefully when he gets to the Galileo project and starts talking to Abby, he's told him that location.
Well, you would hope.
You'd hope. Yeah. I mean, like, you know, is that the Catalina Island? Is this the long rumored undersea base? You know, there's all sorts of ideas about like what that one place could be. Could it be that one particular area of Alaska that folks have been talking about lately? You know, there's a lot of questions about what could be the one area. But I agree with you, Dave and John, that even if it's just the idea, you know, there's the competing theory that, you know, even if somebody can't summon something like this, even if somebody isn't able to kind of bridge the gap into the human initiated contact and stuff like that, which is totally understandable that somebody wouldn't be able to kind of conceptualize that. But just the idea that if some experiencers might be neurodivergent, right? That there might be, like what Gary Nolan and other people like that have proposed, that there's just a little slight difference in the brain chemistry that might be genetic. It might come down in lines. You know, people talk about this all the time. And it's like, even if it's just that, which is a relatively conservative idea, given all the other woo factors that people talk about out there, given that relatively biologically based, somewhat conservative idea of neurodivergence, why wouldn't you bring the neurodivergent people, the people that can sense differently, right? Because like, what do it's like, what do you use to guard your house, right? You might use infrared cameras that can see differently than you can, right? You might use a guard dog that can hear differently than you can. So why wouldn't you take neurodivergent people to an area like that, and especially ones that have a history of being able to encounter that stuff? It makes perfect sense. I mean, it's almost as if not doing that means that you don't want to find anything. And
or they're scared of what they'll find.
100%. 100%.
I've heard that is one of the things that is coming out soon. The kit in Gary Nolan, what's been happening to people's brains. I can never think of the word that they use, the way they describe it, what the area of the brain that's been affected. I can never remember the name of that. But apparently, it's not just experiences; it was astronauts. Astronauts were coming back and basically they basically scanned their brains when they were coming back. They did all the tests on them. The same areas of the brain that experiences have been found to have had enhancements, let's call it that. Astronauts had the same thing.
But you bring up a good point there, John. You bring up a good point about astronauts. I mean, nobody's even asked Bill Nelson about checking his own closet. Here he's dropping the extraterrestrial word around, and nobody's asked him about what about all these astronauts from Gordon Cooper to Edgar Mitchell and other people who claim to have all of these experiences with craft, or what about, you know, the infamous line, whether it's true or not, we don't know. There is a NASA, there is a Santa Claus, or they're on the hill, they're here, they're on the hill and they're watching us. I mean, Bill Nelson to me totally slapped the entire UFO community in the face when he's like, well, there is more videos out there, about 300 of them. And I've talked to the pilots. I don't care about the pilots. Why haven't you talked to your astronauts? They're all loyal to you. Tell me about them. If you're going to drop the ET reference, tell me what NASA is hiding. Were you guys scrubbing photos? Go ahead, Jay.
Oh, I mean, I think that there's so many long-standing rumors about the photos, and like I have no reason to doubt that they exist. I mean, we've all seen a few like poorly scrubbed photos at some point, like in following this line of research, right? And I can't imagine, and the accounts that we've heard about people that it supposedly did, or that supposedly kind of like ran right into that. What was the Gary McKinnon, right? The good old Gary McKinnon case. There's plenty of cases of this out there, and I'm glad that people like Bill Nelson are like going further out, but it just gets into this maddening position of like of feeling like you're 12 beats ahead, and then waiting for somebody else to move to the next step over, right? Well, like watching the evolution of Avi Loeb over the last few years, for example. And like, I think it's admirable what they're doing. I think that watching the very, very slow kind of change in vocabulary that people like Mellon and Elizondo use, and it's also at the same time being as an experiencer and like being somebody that is in contact with the experiencer community daily, it can be really frustrating to be like, okay, this is how far they've gone in 4 years, so you know what I mean? It's like, okay, what does 20 look like? And like, am I going to be alive when 40 happens or what have you? You know what I mean?
But I'm sick of hearing we're doing steps. Which step are we on? Are we on step 0 at the moment? It's Astro step 0 because there's nothing for this community, so that's not a step as far as I'm concerned. A step is for our community. Yeah. If that's step 0? What is step 1? What is going to be step 2?
But here's the thing:
is this for me or is this for my kids?
If you go back, here's a weird one. When all of a sudden the U.S. Navy confirmed and the Pentagon confirmed that the videos were real, and then like 3 weeks later, the FBI came out of nowhere and said they've investigated Sasquatch reports. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. It was a very small story that all of a sudden, out of the blue, the FBI announces that they have investigated Sasquatch reports. And the report that they used was from 1973, and they were confirming that it was deer hair. It doesn't take 44 years or 46 years to confirm deer hair. They can do that very, very quickly. There was no point for the FBI to come out and start talking about Bigfoot and deer hair. It was like it was a shot at the other agencies and a shot at the UFO community and the cryptid community that they came out to confirm deer hair from a test sample from Oregon. Why would you hold on to it for 40 some years? Right? And to me, it is Dave, so similar.
Why is George Knapp? Why is George Knapp constantly, and I mean constantly, in nearly every single interview, bringing up werewolves, and why they'll never talk about werewolves? There's so many different aspects to this phenomena that we're not going to see. I mean, when I talk about step 1, werewolves is not going to be step 20. Yeah, we're never going to get to that step.
I understand that, but when the correlation that I'm making, guys, and some of you may think I'm reaching here or not, but I like to read between the lines on things. Okay, the correlation that I'm making is it makes no sense for Bill Nelson to say what he said. Okay, to come out and all of a sudden get NASA into the game and say what he said about extraterrestrial life, and that he's seen the video and talked to the Navy pilots, or a number of Navy pilots. NASA has been silent up until now. Okay, we're
This
not
is one
allowed
of the
to
things
ask.
that the community has got to get together and start taking control of the narrative and start pushing what we're interested in learning. We want to know what NASA knows. You know, we shouldn't be waiting for Lou Elizondo to do everything for the community. You know, they're then in control of the narrative. We need to take control of the narrative, and we need to start pushing as a group. You know, we're talking, what, 30,000 people in UFO Twitter at the most. There's no more than that. And active people, you're probably looking at 3,000 people maximum. And they're not all active. You might have 1,000 very active people. Yeah. Those 1,000 people need to get together in a group and start planning. We need to start focusing on who we should be targeting. And we should be targeting the likes of Bill Nelson to start talking more. You know, every time he speaks, we should all be bombarding him and anyone else in NASA with, tell us what the hell's going on and tell us what's historically happened. What has happened to the astronauts? What pictures were taken? You know, you're talking, but really talk to us.
You know what, John, though, you just made up a very good point. And I just thought about this. Maybe that's the reason why that a lot of these people either A, won't go on podcasts or radio shows that will ask pertinent questions. And that's the reason why they're going on these supportive podcasts, much like when Tom DeLonge put out the TTSA and wouldn't allow anybody outside of his favorites to interview them or members of the team. I mean,
Lou Elizondo has never come on my podcast, and they've turned me down every single time I've asked. Okay, and the point is, the questions are going to be more difficult. That's the point. Yeah, and they know that damn well. I'm not going to make it comfortable for them. If we make it comfortable for them, we're not learning anything. Yeah, and that's what they get when they go on these ridiculous podcasts that just are fanboy podcasts that don't really ask them any questions worth knowing. That's the problem.
Very true. Very true. Anybody else want to chime in on that? Sonny might.
I'm in angry mode, guys. Can you tell?
Hey, I'm sitting here learning. You know, I'm new at this, guys. But when I have a good guest on, I like to let them talk, but also I want to take questions from chat. I want to answer. It's hard to do with some of the guests. Some of them talk, but I like to get as many questions I can in from the fans, man.
Well, we've had hints from Lou Elizondo going on shows, and he talks about dimensions, dimensionals. Nobody ever asks Lou Elizondo, what the hell does he mean? Nobody ever says to Lou Elizondo, have you remote viewed? Have you remote viewed the other dimensions? Because I'll tell you now, I've been told he has. Okay? And he never gets asked that question. He drops little hints all the time, and he never is off what he's talking about. And I can't understand why would it be confidential for him to talk about what he's seen while he's remote viewed? You know.
Well, no, but here's the thing: is that sadly, this was the perfect example, because when the information came out in the Skinwalker book, that he reported at a dinner party that a remote viewing incident he did actually saved his life and that of other parties. I was amazed the number of posts I saw on Facebook and Twitter of people saying things like, I can't believe this is just coming out now. If I wish I'd known this before, I would have realized that Elizondo was so full of shit. Basically the instant he was on record saying that a remote viewing incident that he personally was involved in saved his life, for a group of people, and maybe not a huge group, but a group, that was a deal breaker. Credibility. Side note, aliens, not credibility breaker. Remote viewing, credibility breaker. Just as a side note, but that is how it is for some people.
I'll tell you something that I haven't said. Okay, I'll tell you something. I speak to Hal Putoff, and I asked Hal Putoff about Lou Elizondo and remote viewing, and I asked him whether he had been part of his program, and he confirmed yes, he was part of his program, but Lou Elizondo only joined right at the very end, and he doesn't believe he was ever targeted.
Yeah, and
Okay.
my understanding was
that's not to say that there weren't other remote viewing programs.
Right. Well, and the only other evidence that's come out other than that is in this latest Skinwalker book. It's reported at a dinner party that Elizondo retells a story at the dinner party, first person, of an incident where his life was saved by information that he received during a remote viewing session. Now, I haven't read that portion of the book myself yet, but my understanding is that's in the book, and so that's why it's come to the surface again, and why people are now talking again as to whether, because going through remote viewing training is one thing. A lot of people can tolerate you going through the training. That's no problem. If you start saying that you can then use the training to tell them what's in their lunchbox, they're going to have a bigger issue. And it's a weird line people have, but everyone's got different lines.
Yeah, it's a strange thing though, right? Because like consciousness doesn't seem to have boundaries like that, right? There's no, like, when we talk about having a line, it does, like, there are a lot of hints.
I agree with you, but
it seems that there's a lot more permeability. I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, like, imagine if Commander Frary started Fravor started talking about a fairy sitting on the end of his airplane, right? Like winking at him while he saw the tic-tac. Immediately, all his credibility gone, right? And look, I mean, you and I both know who seem to be very sane, very credible, very logical people who will swear by the fact that they believe they've seen something fairy-like.
Sure.
So what do you do with that, right? But let's face it, that's one of those third rail issues, right? Hybrid children, fairies,
Right. Yeah, and
werewolves.
Sure. And I think one thing along those lines might be just kind of trying to get people on board to the whole idea of screen memories, the whole idea of like of projections or beings making you see what they want you to see, that might be the kind of grease that can make the wheels go on that. Because once you have that idea, like that kind of range of ideas in place, then it's easier to talk fairies, it's easier to talk werewolves, even though like there might be some interdimensional component where sure enough, like there's something that really does seem like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or really does.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
Has anyone here on the panel, have you guys ever tried it, remote viewing, and did it work?
So I have experimented with it a teeny bit, and I have gotten surprisingly positive results. Keep in mind, I'm a very visual person, so I don't know if that plays into it at all. The thing that I found most disturbing about it is in one of the demonstrations I did, it was using an old recording of a live session, and it still worked. And I think that's, to me, that's like one of the most fascinating aspects of all of this, is the idea that you can have recordings of lead sessions played at different time periods, and people can still get pulled into that same framework in a way, right? It's just so bizarre to me. But I have this class that I got a while ago from a friend that I've been meaning to go through. But the main thing that keeps me away from remote viewing, to be very honest, is that it seems to me like the microwave oven version of cooking. Like why on earth do you want a remote view if you can astral travel? Like, why do you want to just sit there and get glimpses of, I think it looks like it's a mountain and it looks like it's a building, when you can just physically go there and walk around and look around and see what's going on? Like, I don't understand why people remote view when you can go out of body. Like, to me, like all the energy should be put toward learning how to do the out of body stuff, not learning how to do the remote viewing stuff. The remote viewing stuff seems like like I said, it seems like a microwave oven approach. It seems like a hack,
isn't it, John? Isn't it? I mean, Ingo Swann used to remote view the moon, but he was astral traveling basically, wasn't he? Because he was basically saying he was there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
he was there amongst them, and they saw him.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
when we're talking about astral
times,
travel now, and we're talking about remote viewing, we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah, in some cases, I think in some cases, I think you're right. I think the terminology gets very blurred. I agree with you. But when you're talking about the controlled remote viewing, where they're doing the symbolism, where they're just like writing down the symbols on the page for a river and a mountain and this and that, at that level, you're just getting impressions of things, right? You're not actually walking around. You're just getting like the way I experienced it was like, if you can imagine, like a fuzzy TV portion of your brain, and where things are coming out of it, you'd occasionally get these impressions of certain images that would seem gestalt. They would feel uniquely foreign in a way, and those are the ones that if you wrote those down, that over a course of time you would start building up a pattern. But it's still the problem is it's still not statistically Harry Potter, right? Is the problem is that a lot of this stuff isn't so incredibly whiz bang amazing that it satisfies a lot of the needs of people. But I think that my personal experience is that there is something very real going on with remote viewing. I don't yet understand what it is, and it's something that I'm actively working on. I'm actively trying to right now. What I'm actively personally working on is I'm trying to figure out how to make mesh the current hypotheses that are floating around subconscious and conscious and higher conscious and daemons and schizophrenia and multiple personality disorder and software mediums and hardware mediums and remote viewing and out of body experiences. And there's some thread between these that I'm trying to figure out right now, and I haven't quite figured it out yet, but I'm getting close.
I think the thing
I've always been interested
one of the
in
things
it.
the community needs to look at. I mean, remote viewing is all. Sorry.
Oh no, you go ahead.
No, you haven't spoken in a while, Bree. Please go.
I mean, ever since I was a little girl, I know it's Unsolved Mysteries like had episode where a lady was a psychic and she was doing would have flashes, and so ever since I was little, I've been drawn to it. But I myself have different abilities that have progressed. I'm a cusper, so my birthday is coming up, and my cusp, because every cusp has a different thing associated with it, and so mine is specifically the cusp of prophecy. So I've had like flashes of stuff, and so the remote viewing, it's kind of like strengthening, like when you have the clear senses, like clear cognizant, clear vision. It definitely goes hand in hand. I've always been interested in it, and so it's like if I have these other gifts, I'm sure I could build on it. So I haven't ever tried specifically or know about the training, but I've definitely, since I've been hearing it more, I'm definitely interested in it. So yeah.
And there's some cool alternate applications of it. Like when it comes to fortune telling, there's this interesting associative remote viewing methodology where you take two future outcomes and you associate them with an object, and then you ask the person to try to imagine that object's existence in the future. And depending on which object exists in the future, that gives them the clue as to whether the event is likely to happen or not. And there are groups of futurists, futures traders using groups of remote viewers to do this, and they're seeing mathematically, statistically significant gains over periods of time using this kind of methodology. So there's something to it. The problem is that, like, if you take, like, a lot of it goes to, like what you said, it's really good as a secondary or tertiary data set among other data sets. It's really good as either a data set that you're supporting with other data sets, or it's really good as a data set in support of other, whatever you want to play it. It's really good auxiliary data. It's not good standalone primary data. Like, you wouldn't send a SWAT team out based on remote viewing data, right? In most cases, right? But if you can combine, the remote viewing stuff with some of the other stuff, that you can do, I think that makes a lot of sense, and ultimately, a lot of this stuff ends up being, like, if you look at like Dean Radin's work on a lot of this stuff, a lot of times what he finds is that that this stuff, on average, if you average everyone out, there are people that are better at it and worse at it, but if you average everyone out, it ends up being about 6% outside of normal, right? So if you imagine that you're supposed to flip a coin, 50,000 times, and after 50,000 times, you are going to get exactly 50%, which you will over time. But now imagine that you don't. You get 56%. Why? Well, we don't know. Something's going on. Something's tipping it. Now, my personal hypothesis is this is what luck is. This is actually what we're looking at. What we're actually looking at is what luck really is. That luck is the side effect of what we're actually talking about, right? Because luck is what surfaces as a observational result of us skewing that 50-50 number, right? And that 50-50 number gets skewed by all sorts of things, whether it be information we're getting from a daemon, whether it be information we're remembering from a previous life or previous incarnation, information we're getting from another entity, information we're getting from a dream. It doesn't really matter. I mean, the thing is that this information can come from all sorts of different places, and figuring out which of it is accurate and which of it isn't is obviously the big challenge for the person who's holding it. But you can glean, and a lot of people can get far beyond that 6%, right? The 6% is just what averages out over, like, I think it was 8,000 cases. I think it was like 8,000 cases that Dean did in this one experiment. It should have come out to 26%, 25%. Instead of coming out to 25%, it came out to 32%. So it was a 7-point spread. It was a 7-point push. But still, 7 points, like, if you could demonstrate a 7-point gain in Vegas consistently over a 6-month period, you could bring in some serious money, right? I mean, 6 points is 6 points, right? But it's not Harry Potter, right? It's not whiz bang. It's not, like all this crazy stuff happens, right? But it is enough to skew things quite a bit, And I think a lot of it comes down to intention. And I think that's why that's why the whole idea of luck and positive thinking manifests itself in all of our lives. Why some of us just succeed almost against our own will, in a way, right? And others of us, think we try as hard as we can, and we think we always fail, and we think we're always the low man on the totem pole, and ta-da, we are, right? Well, what caused what? I don't know. It's pretty wacky stuff, but there's something going on there, something big, something real big. It's gonna take a while.
There's another side to this that never gets spoken about. Okay, the remote viewing side is obviously really, really interesting. I love the Ingo Swan side of that things and Hal Puthoff side of that things. But I got introduced to somebody by Colin McKelliher, okay, who was told me they were part of a program that was very weak, but much more dark program where they weren't just viewing things, they were making things happen. Okay, they would go to a location and they would kill somebody. with their minds. Okay, they would set fire to a home where that person lived, and they would using the program as an assassination technique. We know that Ingo Swan affected clock that was underneath the floor. We know things could be affected. The proof that could happen, they could affect things. I mean, you have to worry about could they flick a switch to turn on a nuclear missile? We've heard about the missiles being turned on in Russia. Are we being deceived on that side of things?
I just like to point out that your internet connection is getting wacky as you're talking about this stuff. So if you have like a get out bag nearby, you might want to make sure you know where it is, so that you can get out of there quickly if you need to. But please go right ahead. Keep talking.
I didn't hear the beginning of that. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just joking that like your voice kept cutting out when you were talking about that, and I was like, oh man, they're going to come after you. That's what I was talking about. But just joking around.
Okay, so did you get the gist of what I said? That there is a darker program than just the remote viewing side of things?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that came from somebody I was introduced to by Colin Kelleher. So
yeah,
take it.
If something exists, that the United States military will try to weaponize it.
Well, look, I mean, there was that Russian woman, right? And we have video, right? I mean, you can pick apart the video all you want, but and she was having she was having a serious impact on the heart of a frog, right? And it was through glass, it was through lots of stuff, and she was stopping the frogs' hearts, and so the big question is, and they were seeing an effect on her as well, right? Like it was taxing her to do it, so there was an energy transference of sorts, and that was a long ass time ago. You extrapolate that up to modern times. How far have they gotten it? Can someone just sit in the front row of an auditorium, meditate really deeply, and cause the person presenting's heart to stop? I mean, honestly,
Men
it
that
should
watch
work.
Goats, is that what it was called? Men that what is
Men
that?
that stare
Stare
at
at
goats.
goats.
I just watched that movie for the first time a couple weeks ago. It's pretty funny.
I still haven't seen it. I got to see it because one of those characters is based on John Alexander, and there's another one that's based on Hal Puthoff.
Yeah. But it's actually it's a good movie. It's pretty wacky, but it's a good movie. It's a I don't know. It's I don't know.
Jay, I think, has to get going.
I think I'm gonna have to cut out here pretty soon myself. Here, getting pretty tired. But Dave, man, 7 years, man. Congratulations, dude. Kick ass. You're doing an awesome job, man.
Thanks, buddy.
Yep.
Absolutely amazing, Dave. Thanks so much. And happy anniversary. This has been an incredible night. It's been wonderful meeting new folks tonight and seeing folks that I've known for a bit, like John and you, Dave. It's great to see you, Bree, John, Sonny, and everybody else here tonight. This has been absolutely
Jay,
wonderful.
You were a trooper tonight, man. I thought you were only going to come in for like 10, 15 minutes, and literally you showed up and you're like, fuck, I'm going with the distance, man. That was awesome. I really appreciated that, buddy.
Oh, I appreciate being here. Yeah, I thought I was going to do maybe a half hour or an hour, but I just kept having too much fun, man. This has been a great night, and I love being here with you. So
absolutely, buddy. You're always welcome.
Wonderful. I'll see you all soon. Okay. Have a great night.
Take it easy. Take it easy. I'm gonna have to run through. And Bree, let me just say, your hair is so awesome. I love your hair.
Thank you.
It's so pretty. It's so awesome.
Yeah, there's a few different colors in there.
It looks awesome. I really need to do mine before the rest of it falls out. But I'm really mad at myself if I end up.
He's having to go with me, you know that, Dave.
Well, no, but the thing is, I'm going. I mean, I'm going big route. Before long.
Good
right?
man,
I mean, it's like And so, so I'm just trying to enjoy my hair as much as I can before it all, finally, turns on me and
John, you never go wrong with the skullet, buddy.
Lose their hair. We know this.
You never go wrong with the skullet.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, hey, happy birthday, Dave. Congratulations, my friend.
John will talk to you tomorrow night with the UFO report. You're amazing, buddy. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Merry Christmas, John.
Hey,
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, and good to see you in person, Jonathan. Nice to see you in person, Bree, and Sonny. Always good to see you, buddy. And once again, congratulations, Dave. You're doing an awesome job, buddy.
Thanks,
Another
buddy.
7 years to you, my friend. All right, take it easy, everybody. Good night.
Thanks.
Good night.
All right. Well, if everybody wants to go, I'll go until the bottom of the hour. Then I gotta get myself to bed and get ready for work in the morning. And somehow I gotta calm down from this unbelievably awesome night. So if you guys want to stick around to the bottom of the hour, I'm good with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Right on. Okay, so what do you want to talk about?
I asked my questions. You got any questions, Bree?
Let's see.
Where is the topic going? How about we talk about that? Where is the topic going in the future? I mean, is it going to start going into? Are we going to start talking about ghosts and UFOs in the same breath? Are we going to start saying that dimensional beings are actually ghosts, or vice versa? I think that's where the topic's going. I think the woo to this is where we're going.
I have Brian Bland on this Friday, and he's mentioned to me that he thinks that Bigfoot turns into an orb. So, like, that's why you see orbs around Bigfoots. Sasquatch.
I've seen orbs around black cats, black panthers. We haven't got black panthers in Wales.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey.
So same thing. That's what I said earlier on. That basically, I'm not certain. You can't be certain in this topic, but I really strongly get the feeling that these things manifest as anything they want to manifest as, and they alter your perceptions, and they try and show you things that maybe you'll accept. I mean, there used to be a time when you'd see gorillas in the forest, and now we're seeing Bigfoot. You know, I don't think time matters to these things, and they just don't understand that aspect of it. So that when they're manifesting something, it's something from a different time period. So you're perceiving something that's from a different time as well. It's weird. I really don't understand why they pick certain things to show you. When I see fake helicopters as well, that's something that I see. That vanished before my eyes. That's how I know they were fake.
Man, the only thing I've seen vanish so far is a few months ago. There was two. Well, actually, one thing is what I noticed. I thought a plane was coming at me, so I watched it. I actually grabbed my phone, and as it got closer, there's no flashing lights. And I'm trying to unlock the phone with my thumbprint, and then I couldn't do it. So I just said, okay, I'm just going to watch this thing and see what it is. And still thinking it's a plane with this lights coming at me, and I'll see the flashing lights in a second. That came over the house, never had flashing lights. And when it got close enough, then I can see something above it. It's a smaller dot. These are two. One's a bright ball. The other one's the same thing, but it looks like it's way up there. But it looks like it's pulling it. Like, they're in perfect, it's going across the sky like that, so it's in perfect tandem. Like it was pulling it with a rope, and they both came to a stop, and I focused on that bottom one because it was brighter, and it got bright and then shut off. So to me it looked like it disappeared, but it could have been a light that shut off. It was just a solid ball. The other one, I didn't see what happened to it. I don't know if it did the same thing, but that's the only thing I've ever seen disappear. And it kind of spooked me. I actually yelled for my wife. I was out in the front yard. But yeah, it was spooky to see something for me disappear because I've never seen that before.
Wow. That is kind of cool.
I would like to see something come through a wall. You hear the transmedium objects now, the orbs. I mean, the orbs that went into Pine Gap and went through in Australia, the secret military base that Ross Coulthard has told us about. And they went through the wall and they were chasing the objects through the base inside the buildings. Yeah, I'd love to see that. I mean, I have seen orbs in my house, but I've never seen them pass through a wall and then, Have any of you ever experienced that? Have you ever seen them? I mean, I want to know whether or not these objects, when they're seen with the Navy, are reporting the orbs that are around the ships or the submarines. Have these orbs actually gone inside? Nobody ever speaks of this. That's another aspect that never seems to get spoken of.
I have never seen an orb go through a wall.
Mm-hmm.
I have seen a shadow person run into a wall and then disappear. That was creepy. It weirded me out.
I thought I seen a shadow person in here the other day. I know it's my mind playing tricks on me. It scared the hell out of me. Yes, we were talking about it. And I was talking about it and looked in the corner and I scared myself just thinking about it. Those things spook me out, guys. When I hear the stories about them, those are some scary stories.
Sometimes my hair, when it's pulled up, it'll lock. I'll see something out of the corner of my eye and kind of get scared, and I'm like, okay, it's just my hair. But I've seen the Hat Man before. My husband has as well, and it was way before I even knew that was a thing. And I'm like, oh my gosh, how is it that the first ghost I see that I also predicted 30 seconds before seeing it, thinking in my head, am I ever going to see a ghost? Because my husband had saw it before I did. And then sure enough, drove right past our old haunted house that we lived in Minneapolis and saw the Hat Man looking out the window. So that was definitely creepy. But my husband says that he's always seen shadow people. So, I mean, you have to go with your gut instinct as well.
I started seeing ghosts after I had a major experience in 2010 when a craft landed by my home. And no, wrong one. I started seeing ghosts after a potential abduction experience when I was 13. Sorry, and I saw a massive, miles wide boomerang shaped craft. I basically found myself in a field miles from home, and I had no idea how I got there. Anyway, but a few weeks after that event, we moved home and we moved into a very old, old mansion house. It was built in the 1580s, and I started experiencing ghosts from that point on, and I've always experienced ghosts since then. We used to have a chapel inside this house. It was a very old house, and she would literally walk into my bedroom. It was very scary. She'd sit on the end of my bed. She would slam doors in the house. She would always seem to leave it when there was nobody else in the house except for me to make an appearance and start banging things. And it was a very, very strange. Yeah, it's a part of it I prefer not to know about. You know what I mean? I don't want to be involved in that side of things because I thought that side of it freaks me out. But is it ghosts or is it dimensional beings? This is where I come from on that. I don't know.
There's a question for you,
I don't think
John.
it's us dead. I don't think we're people. I think this is something from another dimension interacting with us.
John, Steam Train Mark in Australia is asking if the UK if the MOD have reclassified the Calvine sighting for another 50 years.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. They're never going to come out with one. I could be honest with you, though. I think that is not a UFO. I got a feeling that was something that the US military was doing. I've been told something about that picture I can't come out with on here because I've been told to keep quiet on it. But don't put too much weight into that case because things will come out about that, I'm sure. There's bigger cases than that in the UK. And that night I was talking about when I was 13, the night of the triangles, that case is getting bigger and bigger and bigger in South Wales. We literally had a night where triangular craft was seen all across the whole of South Wales. And we've got police officers who were witnesses to that event that described the craft seeing not miles wide. They were football field size craft that were very low. Some of these craft were as low as the rooftop levels. There's been lots of descriptions, and there was missing time events. I had 2 hours missing time that night. Crazy. I mean, that case for some reason has never made it into this topic. Nobody seems to be interested in it. There should be a movie about it. It's an amazing case.
John, what got me into all this, what got me to look up, like for me, it was Ben and Joe at UFO Garage. That's who I found first. What got me into this was a craft was flying over I told this story today on Spaghetti Lee's channel. Great channel, Spaghetti. And a craft came over my house from the west, okay? And I was pulling into my neighborhood. I live in the country in California. We live out in the country. There's no neighbors, but when you're in a neighborhood, there is. But it's just a neighborhood by itself. It's only 4 blocks. And then no neighbors again for a long ways after that. So it's a neighborhood in the country. It's 4 blocks wide. And this plane came from the west. And as I'm turning into the neighborhood, I'm driving that way, so it's coming towards me. On the front, I can see 4 dots like this, and I actually think there's a drone flying over my house when I first see the lights. And I get up to the house, and now I can see that it's this big, huge bomber, a B-52 bomber, a stealth bomber. It's a big triangle bomber. And as I pull into the driveway, he shuts those 4 floodlights on the nose cone off, completely off. This is the crazy part is he's coming over the house. He's really low. And like you said, they're low to the houses. I told Joe and Ben, if there would have been a telephone pole or 2 on top of my house, this craft would have knocked it over. It was that low. And also I can see the glass when I was above the nose cone where the lights are. I could see the glass, like there's somebody in there to me flying it. But everything underneath it and the whole rest of that craft that I could see was flat black. And it's nighttime outside. It's not in the daytime, but it's so low I can see it, and I can see the rivets in this thing. And as it comes over the house, my neighbor's standing across the street. He doesn't speak English. He speaks Spanish, so he's telling me from across the street, "Okay," and I'm telling him I don't know either. I don't know
any noise.
I don't know. And
could you hear any noise?
There's no noise. So now I shot that day. We shoot guns here in the country, and I shoot a lot. That's something we do, practice all the time. And I had shot that day. I went in the house to get somebody to bring them out to see it. My daughter was in the shower. I walked in and got her and told her, "Hey, throw a towel on and come out here and look at this thing. It's flying above the house." And she says, "Okay." Now I'm back out front. She gets a towel on, comes back out, and it's still barely over the top of my house. It's going that slow. And I tell her, "Have you ever seen anything like that?" And she's standing on the front porch with her towel, and she's looking up and she's going, "No, Dad." And I go, "Can you hear it?" And she goes, "No, it's not making no sound." And I thought maybe, from shooting, even with the earmuffs and earplugs in, it still gets you sometimes. So I thought I just wasn't hearing it. And I've never seen a stealth bomber that close to me. Been around a lot of jets and a lot of planes, but I've never seen that.
It wasn't a stealth bomber, mate. If you couldn't hear it, it wasn't a stealth bomber.
But this whole time, I thought it was.
As well.
And I had Jim Goodall here a couple weeks ago, like here at the house, and I told him what I seen, and then I asked him. He told me the same. He said, "You did not see a stealth bomber." He told me that should have rattled my chest. He goes, "That low, you should have had to cover your ears. It would have been that loud." And
they give you a sighting that you could perceive and that you could rationalize. We iconize things, so you look at things and you try and make sense of what you're seeing. So you gave it it must be a stealth bomber because it's the shape of a stealth bomber. So you've planted that in your head now, and that was your thought process all this time. And like you say, your friend has then just put you straight. I mean, stealth bombers are very noisy. You wouldn't have missed it if it was that just above your house. It would have probably taken the roof tiles off your house. Because of the power these things put out. You would have known straight away if it was really a stealth bomber, but it wasn't a stealth bomber, mate. I mean, when I talk about they manifest, I was thinking at one point when everyone was talking about in the community the triangle craft that was supposedly going to be, we were going to see pictures coming out of the sea from Ting McMillan and the debrief, and we were going to see pictures, and everyone was going to be amazed. And I thought to myself, why have I never seen a triangular craft? I've seen every shape. Yeah, that night I saw 3 triangular craft. That very night. You know, I wake up and my dogs are disturbed. I go outside, I take them out, and 3 triangles flew over my head. I don't think they were triangles. Okay, something manifested my thoughts, or I manifested it myself. We're interacting with this. Yeah.
Yeah. And then Joe and Ben asked me if I was scared, and my biggest fear was it's dead center over my block. I live in the center of that neighborhood, like the middle block out of the 4. I live in one of the center blocks. It's right over the center of my block. So I'm dead center in the middle of this thing. And they asked me if I could see the tips of the wings. I couldn't tell you if they were pointed around because they were so far out. And what I remember was if this thing wrecks, because I thought that it was going so slow, it was going to fall out of the sky, like just and fall on top of my house. I remember thinking this thing will take out like 3 of these 4 blocks because it was so long. Like you said, it was like a football field long.
Yeah.
You
should get Linda Zimmerman on, Dave, because she can talk to you about the Hudson Valley case. And the Hudson Valley, I was speaking to Linda a few weeks back on her radio show, and the correlations between that Hudson Valley and the Night of the Triangles in Wales are crazy. It was the same period. It was all going on at the same time. I mean, Wales is nuts for triangles. We've had about 5 major cases now. We've got the one I said, Night of the Triangles, but there's other occasions where I've been doing the records for Sufon in South Wales and doing the files, and I found other years where we're getting lots of reports of triangular craft being spotted right across the country. Yeah, it's nuts. I mean, there's a real hotspot in Wales for triangles in particular.
You know what? British Columbia, especially just east of Vancouver, has been hit over the last number of years with a bunch of triangle sightings as well. I mean, it seems to be these little pockets where these black triangles are coming in and out of it, and it really makes no sense.
I'm thinking they're time travelers. I got to be honest. I think they're time travel craft is us from the future. I think there is a portal location in one of the locations where we keep seeing triangles. I think that is basically where these things are showing up and they're coming through. They keep on being seen right across South Wales. It's nuts.
One of the coolest things that ever happened during this show, and thank you, Joe, for reminding me, is we actually were doing a show once on black triangles. And Joe, who sits outside and listens, he lives near the California-Nevada border, about 40 miles north of Beale Air Force Base. He gets a U-2 flying over almost daily. And he gets some spectacular photos. But the interesting part about this was, that night when we were doing a show on black triangles, he actually had a black triangle fly over his house while we were talking about it, and he got a picture of this black, like 3 pictures of this black triangle that were right over top of him while we were discussing it. It was the coolest thing, man. Coolest thing. like, is that coincidence? Is it reality? I don't know.
I know I'd like to see it again now that I've seen it and I'm knowing what to look for. This time I would like to have a flashlight and something to record that with, because a flashlight would have definitely lit it up. It was that low. It no problem.
Well, guys, it's 1:30. I got to get to bed because I have to check on out. I got to get up in the morning, and some of us still have daytime work to do. So I want to say a big thank you to you three, John, Lizzie, Sonny, for coming on in, Jay King, Samantha Mowat, Lynn Wallington, Nicole Sakach, Science Bob dropping on in. Who else do we have? Ben and Joe from UFO Garage. What a special night. Incredible night. Merle, thank you.
Congratulations, Dave.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. Thank you. And John, honestly, with people of your ilk and caliber supporting our show, we're just going to continue to get bigger. And John, I know you have, we've talked many a time, and you're one of the real trusting people that I have in the UFO world. So thank you for being not only a friend of the show and a supporter of the show, but a friend of mine personally. I really do appreciate that, man.
Anytime, mate. Really enjoyed it. I'm really pleased for you, and keep rocking.
Oh, we will. We got to figure out where this Woo train is going to go. That's all we can do is figure out where it's going to go. And you know what? I'll still be here tomorrow night. I'll still have this beautiful mustache and chin hair. And, Sonny, you better change your look, bud. That's all I'm saying. You better change your look. And who knows? I might shave tomorrow. I haven't got a clue. I'm getting a lot of harassment at my daytime job about this, man. A lot of harassment, but that's okay. Don't care. I work with good people, so that's all that matters. But a big thank you to the incredible amount of super chatters tonight. I'll try and read them all off here. My writing is terrible tonight. Spaghetti Lee, Toe Tag, Anya, Rob, Joan from the UK. We got Brett Lewis, Ozzy Ange, Simon, Jessica, Rob, Laura, Science Bob, Amy, 5900, Patrick, Dirt Road, Dave, Hurley, Matt, Steve, Kira, who is it? TMI, Marty, Chad, Alien Probe Master, who lubed us up for a $5 super chat. Snakes, incredible super chat. Mennonite Abe, Jason, Smithy, Jeff, Thomas, Kat, Kristen, and Catfish for the amazing support. Like, wow, blow me away tonight, guys. You are way too kind, our audience. I want to say a big thank you to my team as well. Once again, I can't do this without them. And whether they've been with us for just a few weeks like Bree has, or whether they've been with us for years like Gail, you have to have a good team around you. And we are blessed to have an amazing team with Bree, Jennifer. We have, sorry, my throat is going again. Talking too much. Vincent, John Hudson, Gemma Jade, Shirky Poo, Lynn Wallington, of course, Dirty Filth, William Townsend, Kate Crowley, otherwise known as Spookles the Cat. And what a team. I couldn't ask for anything better in moving this entire ship forward. Tomorrow night on the show, who do we have? Oh, we're going to have a fun one tomorrow night. Steve Ward is here. We're going to talk Mothman all night long. Mothman. Shar, I did say you right from the beginning. I did. I would never forget you, my dear. Never forget you. It's way up in the chat room. The chat room was nuts tonight in an incredible way. If you haven't already, support us on our social media sites. Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, TikTok at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show. You can join our Facebook group, Spaced Out Radio, and on my personal handles at Dave Scott, SOR. Thank you so much to our audience who tuned us in for 4 hours, 33 minutes. And thank you to all the veterans out there who listen to us nightly. You always have a safe home here in our chat room on Spaced Out Radio. We love you and thank you for everything that you've done. And it's that time once again where we have to ask Mr. Spooky Morales to warm up his trumpet and fire it up because it's time to send us home.